I'm going to order this hearing. This is a continuation of a public hearing being held by the Committee of the Whole with regard to 4 measures that the mayor submitted to the council on May 19th related to the budget for the government of the District of Columbia. This is a continuation of a hearing that began yesterday. Today is Thursday, June 18th, 2020. The time is 9:31 in the morning. We are having this hearing virtually over the Zoom platform. Notice of this hearing was published weeks ago, and witnesses were required to sign up to testify, I believe by last Friday by close of business. And then were given a link so that they could log on to testify at this hearing on the Zoom platform. I'm pausing. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. The witness list for this hearing can be downloaded at chairmanmendelson.com/FY2021. And there's some importance to that because I believe that's also where one can access testimony that we've received, written testimony that we've received, if they want to see the public testimony. As I said, the witness list can be downloaded at chairmanmendelson.com/FY2021. Please pay attention to your place on the list so that you are available when called. So we have 2 rooms to this Zoom. One is those who are actually testifying or able to speak, and the other are those who are attending. And if you've registered, as you get into the attendance room, as we call it, you can see and hear the hearing. But you'll have to be let into the witness room. So please pay attention to your place on the list. All of our witnesses are currently part of the hearing as attendees. They can see and hear, but cannot interact yet. We will call witnesses in panels of 10. The committee staff will admit each panel into the interactive portion of the hearing, what I call the witness room. When called on, please unmute yourself and deliver your testimony. Please stay muted unless you are speaking. Please watch in gallery view. There's a button in the upper left corner of your screen, which is the clock. We ask that you limit your testimony to 2 minutes. Yesterday, everybody was very good at coming in at 2 minutes. After each round, there will be an opportunity for council members to ask questions. After the panel, witnesses will be transferred back to the non-interactive area of the hearing, where they are free to stay on and watch. If any of the witnesses leave the hearing and are not able to get back in, email the committee staff. This would be the same email from which you received the link to sign on to this hearing. So if for some reason you're dropped or you leave and you are not able to get back in, email the committee staff. For anyone who hasn't already submitted written versions of their testimony, the instructions for doing so are on the website chairmanmendelson.com/FY2021. Our first panel will have translation services enabled. For those on Zoom who would like to hear the Spanish testimony in English, click the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. If you select Spanish, you will then hear the translation into English. After the testimony, the translators will be translating into Spanish on the Spanish channel. Others, including cable TV, should switch to the English channel after the first panel. So let me call the first 9 witnesses. Even though I said I'll call in panels of 10, I'm being told to call the first 9. Judith Cifuentes, Eva Morales, Rosa Calaz, Miguel Castro, Flor Morales, Agustina Aguilar, Anna Lamas, Reina Sosa, and Ralph Clark L. I apologize if my accent mispronounced any of those names. And I look forward to your testimony. As I understand it, all of the witnesses are translated, and it's possible that even though I called 9 names, that not all 9 individuals are on. So we will work our way through this. I am going to go to the button at this point and call the first witness. Judith Cifuentes? Cifante? I believe she may not be on. Ava Morales? I'm not hearing her. Be sure that you've unmuted. Then let me go to Rosa Pelaz.
We're here. Okay. 1 second. So we may hear a few children. We're in Rosa Pelez's family child care home. And we've submitted written testimony to Chairman Mendelson in both English and Spanish to this committee. My name is Megan Macaraeg. I'm with Many Languages, One Voice. And I'm passing the mic to the computer to Rosa, who is going to talk about the need for investments in early childhood education. We're asking for $10 million to support the child care infrastructure and $10 million for subsidies for families. So Rosa's here with her families, but we've blacked out the background to keep the identities of the children and the families separate. So here she is, Rosa Pelez. Okay. ¿Lista, Rosa? Okay. Pues, can everybody see Rosa?
Hola.
Hola.
Okay, tú puedes seguir adelante, Rosita.
Hola, mi nombre es Rosa Pelaz y soy una proveedora de cuidado infantil, registrada aquí en la zona 4. Durante la pandemia del COVID-19 nos ha impactado demasiado. Yo estuve inmediatamente sin trabajo y he estado sin trabajo por más de 2 meses, sin tener dinero para mi familia. Mi hogar de cuidado infantil familiar era una manera de proveer alimentos a mis hijos y pagar la renta. La educación temprana es muy de calidad, al mismo tiempo que brindaba para mi propia familia. No era fácil llegar a ser una proveedora de cuidados infantil registrada, porque solo hablo español, pero porque me apasiona cuidar a los niños, sigo adelante aquí en la lucha. Pero todo ese duro trabajo fue destrozado cuando de repente perdí a todas las familias que estaban aquí conmigo durante mi trabajo. Los proveedores de cuidado infantil familiar necesitamos fondos, porque en esta pandemia hay necesitamos muchos materiales como desinfectadores, porque es bien difícil. Aquí es bien difícil aquí ¿cómo se dice? Como para desinfectar los juguetes, las puertas. Necesitamos demasiado material y no hemos recibido nada, los daycares. Igual también han sido afectadas las trabajadoras porque no tienen dinero, no tienen nada de cómo llevar los alimentos a los niños. Yo estoy en un grupo aquí con 1000 idiomas, una sola voz. Nos han ayudado, gracias a ellas estamos aquí, que nos proveen leche, nos proveen comida, y por medio de esa organización estamos siguiendo adelante, pero esto de la pandemia COVID-19 nos ha afectado demasiado, demasiado, demasiado. Y les pedimos por favor ayuda para los fondos, para que sigamos adelante, porque las madres con niños es muy difícil que no pueden trabajar o si van a trabajar no tienen para cómo dejar los niños, porque los niños no tienen quien se los cuide. Y la verdad que el trabajo ha disminuido y les pedimos fondos, ayuda y el estímulo económico no nos han dado nada. A nadie, bueno, de los que yo conozco, tengo un grupo de 20 personas y a nadie les ha dado. Necesitamos ayuda, por favor, que escuchen nuestras voces, que somos unas personas trabajadoras, amadas al trabajo y al cuidado de niños. Por favor, les pido con el amor de Dios que se toquen el corazón y nos ayuden. Por favor. Gracias y que Dios los bendiga. Y estamos pidiendo 10 millones más para los que cuidan niños, para subsidios, para padres. Por favor, se los pedimos. Gracias.
Rosa made you a sign, but we can't see it with the background out. So that's Rosa. Thank you.
Miguel,
Muchas gracias. Seguimos aquí en la lucha con la ayuda de Dios.
Thank you.
thank you. Let me call Miguel Castro, please.
Hello, my name is Miguel Castro, and I'm first of all, good morning. I just wanted to say that I'm a student at UDC and also a CDA candidate. I'm currently studying at the University of Columbia and getting my associate's degree in early childhood education. I'm also doing a practicum at the Family Place, and I wanted to say that with all the, over the time that I've been taking classes, I have been developing my philosophy. And I come to the conclusion that the nature of the children's, based on the education, comes together in the ways that we prepare the education and we give the access to our children's. But how can we get those better education and better access without having many resources for the future educators? Right now, we're struggling finding resources, finding enough money to pay or to have the motivation to continue as the way to teach. I'm coming to understanding that now as a education, as a, educators, we are the guidance for the young children. And then I find out that there are not many support with that. One of my goals in education is to focus and prepare the young children to be better person in life, to overcome different damages and different situations. But also we should be knowledgeable that all teachers should have been trained in a different way that are gonna make the most impact for the students. Today I came here this morning to demand for quality funding for early childhood education and sources in the community. Many Latinos, I'm from Mexico, and the Latino students are facing different struggles. It's like, I don't know, like back in the inequality in the 60s, like it's still like equal, but no, it's separate, but equal still, because like we are together, but still we like the qualities and the sources that different populations get in DC are not the same as the mainstream students, are not the same as the mainstream families. So we're still struggling, and then we just wanna add to that. We want more funding for education. And also for people of color, like there is many people who are like their children of these, their parents of these children are like street vendors, are like construction workers, restaurant workers, and those families are suffering right now those families don't have like maybe social security number. They are suffering so much because they're not able to get any funding. So that's why I'm here to testify and to push for this $30 million for family, for excluded workers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Flor Morales.
Flora's baby is sick today. She's not able to come.
Okay, then Augustina Aguilar.
Augustina's childcare fell through. She is also not able. The rest of the people are here.
Ana Lemus.
Ana, ¿está lista? Okay. So, okay. So further, I'll introduce Ana Lemus. Ana is a member of Vendedores Unidos and is part of Many Languages, One Voice. She's here to talk about the need for more funding for excluded workers.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Ana Lemus. Soy madre soltera, tengo 2 hijos. Entré hace 10 años a los Estados Unidos huyendo del padre de mi hija porque sufrí violencia doméstica en mi país. Entré aquí a este país, gracias a Dios me dieron un asilo y durante iba a mis cortes perdí 3 trabajos a causa de que tenía que ir a una cita de mis hijos con migración. Perdí 3 trabajos. Una de mis jefas me dijo un día en mi cara, lo siento mucho, te quedas sin trabajo. Y le dije yo, le estoy mostrando la cita con migración que tengo. Y ella me dijo, lo siento, yo necesito personas que estén aquí todos los días. Me corrió. Y yo, hallándome así, fui a vender a la calle. Soy uno de los miles de vendedores aquí en DC, ambulantes. No contamos con una licencia. Entonces, me gustaría contarles también cómo yo soy vendedora ambulante en la calle antes del COVID, ¿verdad? Mi hija fue agredida por la policía y prácticamente ha quedado discapacitada. Queremos que nos brinden un apoyo a nosotros, los vendedores ambulantes, en esta pandemia, porque son tiempos difíciles. Algunos contamos con un documento legal, otros no, pero de la misma manera no hemos recibido un cheque de estímulo. Estaba hablando con mis compañeros, algunos han recibido 1 en todo este tiempo, otros ninguno, y no tenemos cómo cubrir los gastos que nosotros antes cubríamos con nuestro trabajo, ya sea vendiendo en la calle. Queremos justicia. Han dado fondos, han incrementado fondos a la policía. Muchos de ellos han traído luto a nuestras familias. Uno de ellos causó la discapacidad en mi hija. Porque ya ha pasado más de 6 meses y mi hija ha quedado discapacitada de su pierna. Y ellos me dicen a mí que fue un accidente. Queremos justicia para esos asesinatos que hay en la calle de parte de la policía. Y vamos a seguir peleando porque se haga justicia para todos. Porque si un miembro de aquí de la sociedad, de aquí de nuestra vecindad, agrede a alguien, es encarcelado y tiene que pagar por el incidente. Queremos que también ellos paguen por los incidentes que dejan luto y discapacidad en personas. También mi respeto a los que usan ese uniforme para proteger a la comunidad, porque sí hay policías que sí lo usan para eso, pero hay otros que no lo usan. Entonces, los que tienen un récord de abuso a la comunidad, esos policías deben de ser castigados como cualquier otro ser humano. Estamos pidiendo el apoyo para vendedores ambulantes. Queremos un fondo, necesitamos un fondo que ustedes nos brinden en medio de esta pandemia, porque no tenemos ahorita de dónde suplementar nuestras necesidades. Muchas gracias y que Dios les bendiga.
So that was Anna. Thank you, Anna, for telling your story. It's very difficult for her because the police tried to separate her and her children in the emergency room in November of last year. We still have yet to receive the police video. If it's not clear, she's asking for defunding the police and funding excluded workers. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Lamus. Reina Sosa?
Buenos días.
Morning.
My name is Reina Sosa. Yo soy miembro de Vendedores Unidos, de vendedores. Ahorita, antes del COVID-19, yo estaba vendiendo en lo que es la 14 y la Irving. Yo vendo mangos, sandía, taquitos, yuca con chicharrón, elote loco. Yo vendo todas estas cosas. Ahorita a mí se me hace muy difícil poder. ¿Por qué? Porque las personas tienen miedo de comprar. Nadie quiere comprar. Entonces, ahorita los vendedores no podemos vender, entonces, por ende, no podemos tampoco alimentarnos. Nosotros, nuestras familias. Yo tengo 6 hijos, mi esposo y yo. Vivimos en una casa y también yo cuido de mis padres. Entonces, como les vuelvo a decir, antes del COVID-19 era lo único que yo hacía por 10 años para tratar de alimentar a mis hijos, a mis padres, a mi familia. Y pienso que nosotros no somos unas personas que nosotros estamos pidiendo, o que no, nosotros personas trabajadoras, somos personas que todos los días nosotros nos levantamos a las 6 de la mañana o antes para empezar a pelar mangos, a pelar sandía, a hacer todo fresco, para salir a vender a las 11, a las 12 a la calle. Terminar quizá a las 8 de la noche, regresar, a limpiar, a lavar todo para que esté listo para el siguiente día. Somos personas que nuestras manos son trabajadoras. Y no es justo que nosotros sentimos que la alcaldesa y nosotros se han olvidado de nosotros. Ellos nos dijeron que cuando empezó la mayor que está ahorita, dijeron que ellos nos iban a ayudar para obtener una licencia. Hasta este momento no nos han ayudado a nada. Y lo que sí hemos recibido de parte de la policía es acoso, abuso. Cuando yo estoy vendiendo en la calle y que yo he estado con mis hijos y la policía, ellos vienen y me dicen, váyase, no tiene licencia, la vamos a echar a la cárcel. Like this. y nosotros caminamos y ellos van puchándonos, corriéndonos atrás de nosotros. Entonces, nosotros nos ponemos nerviosos, frustrados, temblorosos, se nos van cayendo los mangos, se nos cae la sandía, todo. No es justo que a ellos les quieran dar más dinero. Yo no digo que todos los policías sean malos, pero muchos de ellos, la mayoría de ellos abusan de su autoridad. Como la vendedora que habló anteriormente, a su hija, una menor de edad, la sometieron abusando de su autoridad y le fracturaron la pierna. Eso fue lo que pasó. Hace 3 años aproximadamente vinieron más de 10 policías a arrestarme a mí. Muchos carros, más de... Me llevaron mi carreta, me llevaron toda mi venta, todo. Y nunca me regresaron ni aunque sea mi carreta. No me regresaron. No sé cómo se le llama a esto, se le llama porque ellos me robaron mis cosas, o cómo se le llama a esto porque ellos no me regresaron.
This, I hate to interrupt, but witnesses are supposed to be about 2 minutes, and you've been about over 6 minutes. So if you could summarize.
O dice que ya acabe.
Okay. Ok, lo único que pedimos nosotros como Vendedores Unidos es que también se nos dé un fondo a nosotros, que de verdad somos necesitados, somos los que más necesitamos en este momento. Necesitamos recuperarnos de todo esto que ha pasado. Nosotros somos personas también. No te olviden de nosotros, por favor. Por favor, miren a todos nosotros. Gracias.
Thank you. Ralph Clark L.
Good morning, Councilman.
Good morning.
My name is Ralph Clark Hill, and I'm a street vendor. I've been a street vendor in DC for like over 7 years. And I'd like to speak to you today about defunding the Metro Police and giving more support to workers, you know, like street vendors and other people, you know, that need it. I'd like to say that I understand the police is very important, you know, and we need the police, but we also need help for other people, like mental health, and vendors, and people like myself who are homeless. I say that, you know, before the pandemic, the vendors, you know, when the pandemic started, you know, the vendors were at home. You know, we didn't have any way to support ourselves, you know, we were out of the because everybody was at home, you know, and there was no way to go.
No teníamos ningún lugar a donde ir.
Nature of work, you know, in the street, you know, was, it was hard financially
en la calle,
to support myself.
como
Being home
nosotros, porque yo
and the
estoy
pandemic
desamparado,
stopped me, you know, from doing what I needed to do to
los han
support myself.
parado de hacer lo que yo desempeño y lo que necesito hacer.
Truly, you know, like as far as
Y también que
being in the street,
a
and,
estar
you know, it's dangerous
viviendo en las
for us,
calles
you know,
es muy
like sometimes
peligroso.
I'm harassed by the officers,
Y
you know, just because, you know, I'm a vendor and they think that I might doing something illegally when actually I'm trying to make an honest living, being homeless and, trying to make a living for myself. With the monies that I was raising being a vendor, I was buying food and buying supplies to make things that I do with, like I sew. So I make masks, and give, make crowns. A lot of times people like children and ladies that's in the street, if they don't have money, I just voluntarily give them masks so that they can be safe, so, the pandemic is real serious. So I try to do what I can, to try to, contribute to the time. We're just asking that you take some of the money and help us, the people, the workers, and, street vendors and mental health people that's in the street, help us, to try to make Washington, D.C., a better place for people to live. That's, I've been putting my life as a Black man and being a vendor, I really put my life, in jeopardy being out in the street. Anytime I run through people in the street and they're, talking like real bad about the officer, I try to do what I can to defuse any type of situations that'll make things better or worse for people out of there, So I would appreciate it very much if you all would consider us defenders and mental health people and other people that's in need, and give us some support and give us the funding, so that we'll be able to make it in life and make DC a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I see Judith Sufantes, who I think I called at the beginning, is present. So 2 minutes, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Ms. Sufantes?
Yes, hola, me llamo Judith Cifuentes y estoy aquí para informarles que ser madre soltera no ha sido fácil. Vivo en Washington, D.C. y quiero testificar que el sistema no cuida a los niños, que el sistema que cuida a los niños es muy malo. Soy madre de un bebé de casi 3 años, el cual no está seguro por culpa del gobierno que no protege la mayoría de los habitantes de D.C. Quiero decir que no es un gobierno establecido pensando en las necesidades de la comunidad y ha dejado desprotegidos a los más vulnerables, los menores. Las madres no tienen un título ni un oficio. Usualmente no trabajamos en una oficina y tenemos el privilegio de trabajar en un trabajo flexible donde no hay opciones. Es ridículo pensar que un bebé irá al daycare solo por el día, cuando en la ciudad con un cheque del pago mínimo con pocas horas, sencillamente es imposible sobrevivir. La verdad es que toca trabajar por las noches y si buscas superarte, no hay donde dejar a los niños seguros. Y nos vemos obligadas a dejarlos con vecinos, amigos, personas que creemos conocer, pero en realidad no conocemos. Un amigo decimos que lo conocemos, pero en realidad no sabemos si estamos dejando a nuestros hijos expuestos a un abuso sexual o verbal, en realidad de personas que creemos conocer, pero en realidad no conocemos. Es deprimente. Por eso no podemos culpar ni juzgar a un pandillero, un drogadicto, un ladrón. No podemos castigar a un padre porque el sistema lo ha dejado expuesto a todo, a depresión, a las deudas, a estar cansado, estar enojado, estar frustrado. Todo esto es lo que vivimos los padres. También tenemos que pensar en quitar fondos a la policía y queremos que le quiten 10 millones y aporten al cuidado de los niños para estos programas de orientación de los padres y otros 10 millones a las personas, a los ricos que están beneficiándose de todo, porque ellos sí tienen, este sistema está establecido prácticamente para ellos, no para nosotros. Entonces no es justo de que nosotros los pobres estemos pagando lo mismo por el cuidado de los niños que solo ellos usan. Prácticamente nosotros los pobres estamos exponiendo a nuestros hijos. Entonces le pedimos o exigimos que por favor aporten 10 millones este año para proveer más daycare con flexibilidad, night care y también a los ricos que se les quite, que puedan aportar otros 10 millones para que en los daycare haya más capacidad de cuidar a los niños, las maestras tengan más capacidad y los daycares tengan cámara de vigilancia para que los padres podamos, en una hora de break que tengamos en el trabajo, podamos ver qué está pasando en los daycares. Esto es lo que pido. Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Cefantes. I believe that concludes all of the witnesses who are online. I don't have any questions for anybody, and we have a lot of witnesses, so I'll just speak very briefly that one of the issues that the council is looking at as we are considering the budget is whether funding for childcare is adequate. Recognizing that that's a very important need, especially for workers with young families where childcare can make the difference whether they can work or not. And then we are also very much aware of the issue that with all of the relief that's been that has been made available through unemployment for workers, that those who are undocumented have not received the same benefit. There is a $5 million that the government through the convention center is making available. It's taken much longer to get out than we had wanted, but that money should be getting out now. My understanding is the $5 million is going to be distributed to individuals through several organizations that work with the community. Let me turn to my colleagues, Councilmember Silverman, if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a lot of witnesses, but I did want to say to this first panel that I echo actually what Chairman Mendelson said on childcare. As the chair of the Labor and Workforce Committee, I am very concerned that we might limit the ability to recover if we don't give additional assistance to our child care centers and child care providers. I also want to say to the workers who testified about that who are not eligible for unemployment, that we need to support you. And I know that the $5 million from Events DC and the $1 million additional, I can't remember which nonprofit or philanthropic organization gave that, but that we need to do more. And I'll still be pushing for that. And to Miguel, who's at UDC, I mean, we want to encourage our residents to do all they can do to improve their job opportunities. So good luck to you and your studies. And I really appreciate everyone testifying today. Thank you all very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to make a comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Again, thank you to each of the witnesses. I appreciate you taking the time. And I'm afraid sometimes it's people are a little intimidated with testifying, but your testimony was helpful, so thank you. Now, you're each going to be exited back to the, I'm going to call it the attendee room, where you can continue to watch and listen. And I'm going to call the next 10 witnesses. Actually, I'm going to call 11. Karma Kottman, who's Executive Director of the Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Amber Harding, who's a staff attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Jesse Lovell, who's listed as a public witness. Maya Martin Cadigan, who's Executive Director of PAVE. Diana Mayhew, President of the National Cherry Blossom Festival. Elizabeth Davis, who's President with the Washington Teachers Union. Alex Baca, who is the Housing Program Organizer with Greater Washington. Leicester Johnson, although it says here Josen, so we'll find out. CEO with Academy of Hope, an adult public charter school. Excuse me, Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Bethany Rubin Henderson, who is the Chief Executive Officer of DC Scores. Tiana Wills, excuse me, Budget Organizer with the Fair Budget Coalition. And George Jones, who is CEO with Bread for the City. Let me check with staff to see if everybody's on. I think we're still admitting a few people. Let me see, I was told Karma Kottman might be having difficulty getting on. Is she on? So let me turn to Amber Harding. Please, there, if you are in gallery view, you can see the timer, which is in the top, on my screen, the top right. And please keep your testimony to 2 minutes. Ms. Harding. Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Amber Harding. I'm an attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Here are our most critical asks. Fully fund the Fair Budget Coalition and Way Home campaign platforms. Defund programs that harm the people they're supposed to help, particularly when such programs primarily harm Black people. Reduce the MPP budget. Divert funding to programs that directly help Black residents, like deeply affordable housing. Divert MPP capital dollars to public housing repairs. The Councilmember McDuffie said, criminal justice reform is, quote, one aspect of justice that Black communities need to have. There's also an economic justice that needs to occur in these conversations, particularly as the city looks at our budget right now. Fund deeply affordable permanent housing, ERAP, and public housing to end homelessness, prevent the trauma of eviction, and fix terrible housing conditions. Divert funding from rapid rehousing, which inflicts trauma on families but has been increased by $11 million, to permanent housing, like targeted affordable housing or LRC vouchers. Divert money from the streetcar and K-Street transit projects to public housing. Affirmatively prevent harm to Black communities, not just mourn harm after it occurs. Thousands of Black residents have been displaced over the years. Almost 9 out of 10 people experiencing homelessness are Black. 311 people who are homeless have contracted COVID-19 and 18 have died. This is a path paved by deliberate political decisions. If DC had ended chronic homelessness in 2017, meaningfully invested in deeply affordable housing, or ever seen the humanity of people experiencing homelessness as equal to that of elected officials, DC wouldn't have overcrowded congregate shelters and street encampments, environments ripe for virus transmission. Stop the rise of COVID-19 cases and deaths in the homeless community by moving people to hotels, dorms, and housing. Connecticut moved 1,000 people into hotels in March and will provide housing to 1,000. The state has only had 13 cases among people experiencing homelessness as a result. DC, on the other hand, has empty, paid-for hotel rooms and still refuses to use them for people who are homeless. Failing to stop the path of COVID-19 among the homeless community says that homeless lives do not matter, that Black lives do not matter. Value the lives and needs of the many over the property and wealth of the few. Stand with Councilmember McDuffie, who said, quote, if after these protests subside, we don't see meaningful change with actual policies that go along with funding and commitments, then it's not real justice, and I won't be prepared to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harding. Mr. Lovell.
Thank you. My name is Jesse Lovell. I'm the chair of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee's Housing and Homelessness Task Force. I'm here today to present key items from the Ward 3 Committee's FY21 budget resolution. First and foremost, our committee wants to echo the words of others who've stressed the urgent need to seek substantial new revenues through a variety of mechanisms, including, but not limited to, increases in fees and taxes paid by high-income individuals and large businesses, issuance of new municipal bonds, and the elimination of tax incentive programs such as the qualified high-tech company incentive that have been shown to be ineffective in producing greater economic opportunities and equity. Second, in light of the ongoing economic crisis born of COVID-19, we see an urgent need to provide emergency economic aid to our most health vulnerable and underserved populations, along with many more now facing a cost of living crisis due to layoffs, furloughs, and long-term unemployment. We call on the DC government to provide at least temporary private rooms for single homeless individuals in place of congregate shelters, as well as significant boosts to the permanent supportive housing and targeted affordable housing programs. In addition to another request for increased funds for local tenant vouchers, we call on the council to fund an expanded emergency rental assistance program and to consider supplementary appropriations for cash-strapped renters following the sunsetting of COVID-19 rental protections. I'm jumping to the end here. Fifth, we call on the council to divert the mayor's proposed $19 million increase for the MPD budget toward city's emergency service budgets in order to realign them more closely with our citizens' immediate needs. We call on the council to restore cuts to violence interruption and restorative justice programs and to provide for and fully fund a new revamped citizens review board. Finally, in order that we might say we are doing everything we can to responsibly shorten the COVID-19 shutdown of our city and prevent any resurgence of infections and hospitalizations, we ask that the DC budget provide for free COVID-19 screenings, PPE, and such tests that health officials deem appropriate for all residents. And I have my final writing. It's all in testimony, and I've sent that along with our FY21 budget resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovell. Ms. Cadogan, I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Councilmember Chairman Mendelson, and thank you to all the members of the council, including Councilmember Silverman. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan, and I'm the founder and executive director of PAVE. Chairman Mendelson, at the Committee on Education hearing on June 4th, you and I had an important conversation about the meaning of equity. What is it, and how do we both see its application by our city's government? Never one to shy away from a difficult conversation or a healthy debate, I'd like to revisit that. At PAVE, we believe that equity is our city ensuring that there are COVID testing sites east of the river, given that the virus is disproportionately impacting and killing Black people. Equity is not our city having the highest maternal mortality rate in the United States, due in no small part to the fact that there is nowhere for Black mothers east of the river to give birth. Equity is our city creating universal early childhood programs in our city schools, growing women's participation in the workforce 5 times faster than the rest of the country. Equity is not our city lacking a child care stabilization package of $20 million over the next 2 years in this budget, undoing the workforce gains for mothers made through our pre-K programs by underfunding our child care providers. Equity is our city identifying in 2013 that we needed to create at-risk funding for our schools, since students on TANF and those who are homeless need extra supports and services to close an undeniably unjust opportunity gap. Equity is not our city spending 7 years underfunding the at-risk weight from our own internal adequacy study. Equity is our city's school leaders, including the chancellor of our largest school system, DCPS, identifying that mental health supports and trauma-informed training for our teachers will be one of the most critical components of a successful return to next school year. Equity is not our city budget leaving out $4 million for DBH's school mental health expansion and $10.6 million for SEL and trauma-informed programs in our schools so that school leaders can meet the needs of students' needs during this pandemic. Equity is our city schools sending Chromebooks home so that all students, regardless of their family's finances, can continue learning at home. Equity is not forgetting about distance learning and telehealth in this year's budget, especially as we continue to watch our COVID rates rise and other states in the country reopening, preparing for closure again. Today, our city finds itself at a vital inflection point. We face a global pandemic that disproportionately threatens Black and Brown Washingtonians, and we embrace a powerful movement for Black lives spurred by the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and too many others at the hands of police. As PAVE parent leaders wrote in their statement, DC Schools Recovery Statement of Beliefs, the system we had before COVID was not working for all kids and families. Therefore, our goal should not be to get back to normal, but rather create a new normal that is centered in racial, economic, and social justice, aka equity. This will require significant investment from our city, but over 80% of DC residents are willing to get creative, even raising revenue on the highest incomes in order to make equity a reality. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, will you respond to their calls for equity in this budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cadogan. Ms. Mayhew.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Diana Mayhew, President of the National Cherry Blossom Festival. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Since its inception, the festival has grown to a month-long celebration, solidifying the city's reputation worldwide as the springtime destination. We are grateful for the district's past financial support. This year's unprecedented challenges demonstrated the importance of the council's support for NCBF. Events were canceled only 9 days prior to opening day due to COVID-19. The NCBF team was able to immediately pivot to present a virtual festival, bringing engaging experiences as well as the blossoms to the living room of hundreds of thousands of people from around the world. The festival garnered more than 3.5 billion impressions through earned media, keeping a positive spotlight on the District of Columbia. In addition, we continued our efforts with DC community programs, as well as presented the National Cherry Blossom Festival Parade, a compilation of past parade broadcasts, which was nationally syndicated, airing in 92% of US markets. Today, I want to underscore the importance of the council renewing and strengthening the district's partnership with the festival, so it can continue to be a source of economic opportunity and cultural pride for DC residents. Each year, NCBF faces increasing production costs. We must keep pace with the evolving health and safety expectations and requirements, and must continue to strengthen our community outreach in all 8 wards. We are asking the council to renew the $1 million matching district support to enable NCBF to continue to make necessary investments in critical areas. Next year, the festival is going to be vital to the district's economic recovery and to boost our hospitality industry. It is already an anchor of the district's tourism economy, typically attracting more than 1.5 million attendees and making a $160 million spending economic impact each year. The festival is a part of the district's local fabric. Most events continue to be free and attract DC residents and visitors to venues across the city into the diverse neighborhoods to support local businesses and experience the vibrancy of the district in springtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Elizabeth Davis. Is Elizabeth Davis here? Alex Baca with Greater Washington.
Hi, good morning. I'm here.
Good morning.
Okay. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm testifying on behalf of DG Wash. We are asking for the restoration of Office of Planning's budget to $14.4 million and an increase in its contracting budget so that OP can conduct more neighborhood planning. There is a clear demand for more planning, though the various factions that regularly tussle over development politics are often cast as hopelessly at odds. I've found that both pro-growth entities and development skeptics have said something to the effect of, it would be great to know more about what we can expect to happen here. Particular areas of interest are identified in OP's amendments to the generalized policy map, including Capitol Crossroads and Wisconsin Avenue. The council too has made similar requests. Chairman Mendelson, when you and your colleagues unanimously passed the framework element of the comprehensive plan last year, it was with language that gave the council greater authority over the approval of small area plans. In order to more greatly oversee small area plans, more small area plans need to come to fruition in the first place, and they cost about $200,000 each. Without the creation of such plans, it will be impossible to implement the stated development goals of the revised comprehensive plan once it is finalized by the council, hopefully this year. We fully support the Office of Planning's work and the mayor's goal of 36,000 new units of housing by 2025. The district needs considerably more housing, especially at price points that middle class, working class, and under-resourced Washingtonians can afford. We know that legible and thoughtful neighborhood scale plans are a necessary precondition for support for more housing. And we urge you to remain consistent with your own stated preferences and continue to foster OP's much welcome shift from a reactive stance to a proactive one by funding more small area planning. Lastly, I think that we should always be mindful of how we arrange our built environment. Professional planning shapes where we live, go to school, work, worship, run errands, and hang out with our friends and family. We should plan our neighborhoods so that all are safe, not just some. Right now, cities across the country are rightfully hypersensitive to what happens in their public spaces, to who's able to access private space without violence, and to how planning can either further justice or exacerbate economic and racial inequality. One potential source of funds is the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, which has received an increase, but is often just a landing pad for political allies. We would also support increasing taxes on residents who earn over $350,000 a year, which a majority of district residents support. If those options are too much to stomach, the council could, of course, look to the Metropolitan Police Department's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Ms. Johnson.
Hi. Good morning, Council Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Lacester Johnson, and I'm the CEO of Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Since the COVID-19 crisis began, more than 100,000 DC workers have filed for unemployment. This number is only expected to grow as the economy declines over the coming months. The downturn has and will continue to disproportionately impact African Americans and other communities of color, the very communities that have already suffered from the highest unemployment and dropout rates in the city. I'm here today to urge the DC Council to invest in the district's adult learners by guaranteeing at least 95% of adult charters funding from school year 1920. DC has long been a national leader in adult education. The city's investment in adult charters and community-based organizations is truly commendable. The mayor's budget and proposed 3% increase in per pupil funding again proves that education is a top priority in the district. Unfortunately, unless we take steps now to appropriately protect the investment, the impact of COVID-19 on DC's adult education system, and therefore DC's adult learners and job seekers, will be devastating. Adult learners' ability to continue their education this fall will be closely tied to the progressive effects of COVID-19 in DC. Children's adopted school schedules, availability of child care, access to the internet and technology to participate in distance education, health concerns, and safe transit. At the same time, the need for adult education will be critical as DC residents look to earn a high school credential, build their skills, and compete in the tightest job market in decades. This year's fall enrollment and subsequent funding calculation may not accurately capture the needs of DC residents or the ability of adult charters to serve them. At worst, lower than usual enrollment may threaten the entire adult education infrastructure DC has built over the years. It is imperative that the DC Council guarantee at least 95% of adult charters funding from school year 1920 to ensure that adult schools will be there when DC's most vulnerable residents are able to continue working towards their education and career goals. Adopting similar language to a law already in place for DC public schools, DC Code Section 382907.1A2 is a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Henderson.
Good morning. I'm Bethany Henderson, CEO for DC Scores, an award-winning nonprofit that has served over 25,000 children in DC public and public charter schools since 1994. Now, some of you may be questioning whether investing in out-of-school time matters right now. In a year where it's uncertain if school buildings will be open, if kids will attend school in person consistently, if it's even safe to gather in groups. I'm here to share why investing in out-of-school time programs like DC Scores matters now more than ever. Even before the pandemic hit, many DC kids were struggling. from violence, hunger, health challenges, and other adverse impacts of poverty. As you yourself acknowledged, Mr. Chairman, in your public email newsletter just this week, struggles with police brutality and racial injustice that are making the headlines now are not new. Indeed, for our entire 25-year existence, DC Kids have leveraged DC Scores poetry and service learning program components to publicly speak up about and advocate for racial justice and police reform. Case in point, last fall, the Jefferson Middle School Academy team wrote and performed a poem titled Police Brutality, which speaks for itself. I'll share a couple lines of it. Police brutality, the one thing people don't see coming, or do we? The red and blue light should be for help, but really bring horror. Too many people are dying, big chunks of those are innocent. Schools can only do so much to support kids experiencing extreme adverse childhood experiences in normal times, let alone during these quite abnormal times. And this is where out-of-school time programs come in. Out-of-school time programs, especially ones like DC Scores, focus on developing emotional skills, social emotional skills, and resilience, providing kids security, normalcy, safety, and consistency, things needed now more than ever. This spring proves that point. Within a week of the pandemic shutting down our city, DC Scores pivoted from in-person to distant learning programming. In the subsequent 3 months, more than 100 trained coach mentors spent over 1,100 hours running distant learning programming for DC Scores teams, consistently engaging over 2,000 school children. In short, the safe, supportive connection with their team and coach mentors was for many kids the most reliable, if not only constant, of their spring quarter. The need for that constancy is not going away. We applaud the FY21 budget for prioritizing out-of-school time in the arts and urge the City Council to protect that money. The return on investment for DC is huge, not only in youth outcomes, but financially as well. Private dollars follow public investment in out-of-school time. For example, for every dollar the district invests in DC Scores, we are able to secure an additional $2.50 in private donations. The grant-making dollars allocated for out-of-school time in the arts thus play a critical role in ensuring that high-quality out-of-school time programs like DC Scores can continue to be around to meet the needs of DC kids, whatever the format of the school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Tiana Wills. I was told that Keisha Bridges Ward is going to speak for Tiana Wills.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, council members. My name is Keisha Bridges Ward. Before I get started, it is important to note that the city needs to make investments across multiple issue areas to take meaningful steps at addressing what low-income people face in the district and addressing historic racial inequality. That can be done by supporting the Fair Budget Coalition FY21 budget priorities and revenue recommendations. I also support under 3 coalitions' demands to fund a $10 million grant program for child care providers. Today, I'll focus on my testimony on the experience with childcare in the district. I am a Ward 1 resident and a newly graduate of Catholic University of America Metropolitan School of Professional Studies. I obtained my degree in interdisciplinary studies with a focus in social work. I'm an advocate for victims and respondents of domestic violence, and I'm creating my own ministry to support their safe haven and their families. First and foremost, it is difficult for children to find adequate childcare in the district. In my experience as a grandmother supporting my daughter, raising my 2-year-old granddaughter, the paperwork for childcare is difficult. We needed 4 updated check stubs, lease agreements, current rent receipts, and of course, up-to-date shot records and dental records to just receive a voucher for my granddaughter. My daughter couldn't pay market rate childcare, so as a result, she had to take off her new position to hand in all of these paperworks and these forms of document. I have even tried to turn in the paperwork myself for my daughter so that she wouldn't have to take off work, and I was turned away. Then once all of this was completed, all of the paperwork and documentation was completed, we had another obstacle. We had to be placed on a waiting list. After we searched and searched so many daycare centers, we noticed that there is not enough slots for 2-year-olds. If my daughter couldn't find childcare, then guess what? Luckily, I'm the one that was able to watch her. My classes were full-time in the evening at Catholic, and taking care of a 2-year-old at my age is difficult, and it is a job. And when there is no one else to provide daycare or childcare, we should be provided and compensated for those hours. I'd
Mrs.
also like
Bridges
to
Ward, if you could summarize what's left of your statement.
I'd also like to add that the regulations for OSSI doesn't guarantee an effort nurturing child care provider. Many of the regulations make it difficult for qualified child care workers to find good paying jobs. The pandemic has made everything even worse, and now I'm concerned about placing my granddaughter in child care to ensure that there is cleanliness and sterilization in these facilities. I want the council to make sure that child care processes are not burn working families, and these families are guaranteed a safe environment for their children. Thank you.
Thank you. George Jones. He's not on. I just want to note that several of you did not give us statements, and it would be helpful if you did. Ms. Cadogan, Ms. Harding, Ms. Johnson, I don't believe we have statements from you, and that would be helpful. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. Let me see if Council Member Silverman has any questions.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. I just want to bring up one issue maybe with some of our adult providers. I see that the library has a major cut, loss of funding, and I was wondering how that might impact our adult learners, because I know that a lot of our residents use the libraries for computer access. If anyone had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, how the question is, how has it impacted, how will it impact adult learners?
Yeah, and I think according to the budget, there is a $4.5 million deficit in the libraries, and according to the library, our agency, like that would mean the cut of 80 to 100 positions, which might mean some closures of libraries or closures of hours. And I was wondering if any of you guys had thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it could have a pretty devastating effect if adults don't have one. The Adult Learning Resource Center is a major resource to the city, and it will likely, just my opinion, when things get cut, those are some of the first things to go. There are free books there, free GED books, study material, and it's a staff center. So if someone needs additional help, if it's on a weekend or whenever they need that, if that's not available, it could have a significant impact. And also having access to a computer, although we know, hopefully that will continue. But we need the resources. The Adult Learning Resource Center has been a real partner for a lot of the adult schools.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you all for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. And again, thank you to each of the witnesses. So you're all going to be exited from the, I'm going to call it the witness room, and I'm going to call the next 10 witnesses. Kira Jarrett, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the DC Bar Foundation. Monica Hopkins, who's Executive Director with the American Civil Liberties Union of the District of Columbia. Shanika Simmons, who is a parent ambassador from Ward 6. Caroline Phillips, who's with the National Cannabis Festival. Chris Naum, who's with Listen Local First. Christopher Morgan, who is Executive Artistic Director at Dance Place. James Knight, who is President and CEO with Jubilee Housing. Jim Dickerson, Reverend Jim Dickerson, who's President of Mana Inc. Catherine Abel, who is Resident Physician, Committee of Interns and Residents, and Nzinga Tull, who is Board Chair with Teaching for Change. I received a note from my staff whether the interpreters are still needed. You're excused if you want to leave. Everybody's welcome to continue to watch. So let's begin. First, if you all are on gallery view, you can see the clock, which I believe is in the top row of the images. And even though it says 4 minutes, in fact, witnesses are asked to keep their testimony to 2 minutes. We'll begin with Ms. Jarrett. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning about the Access to Justice Initiative. My name is Kira Jarrett. I'm a proud Ward 4 resident, and I'm the CEO of the DC Bar Foundation, which has administered the initiative since 2007. Through the initiative, the city helps thousands of district residents with civil legal help on all kinds of issues like eviction, domestic violence, consumer debt, and public benefits. I come to you with 2 requests today. The first request is that the council restore $668,000 in funding for the coming fiscal year. This is an amount that was cut from the mayor's budget. My second request is that the council restore $1.8 million from non-recurring to recurring funds to support the initiative. And we know that with recovery from the pandemic, that these funds will be critical to families who are least able to bear an economic downturn. With my remaining time, I just wanted to share one example with you of the success of this program, and that relates specifically to the Civil Legal Counsel Eviction Defense Program. Through the program, in our most recent report, which covers from August to December of last year, we were able to help 1,800 unduplicated households, which accounts for about 3,800 household members. And we know that of the households served, 68% of them were led by women, 86% identified as Black, 48% were residents of Ward 7 and 8, and 57% had incomes below the federal poverty guidelines, which we know for a family of 4 is $52,400. 81% of these households that I'm speaking of were able to maintain their housing. So we know that eviction works. The Access to Justice Initiative is vital for keeping families in their homes, for protecting workers, and for increasing service for the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I did submit written testimony, and I'd ask that that be part of the record.
Ms. Jarrett, we do have your statement. It will be part of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins.
Good morning, council members. I am Monica Hopkins, Executive Director of the ACLU of DC. With my limited time, I won't repeat the written judiciary budget testimony emailed to all of you individually. Chairman Mendelson, yesterday you emphasized that words matter in response to ending police presence in schools. We agree words matter. When MPD officers wear shirts that say police brutality or doing what their parents should have, or MPD's so-called gun recovery unit stands as a group behind a banner of skull and bones that say vest up, one in the chamber, those words matter. When an officer who is fired for a sexually invasive search of a Black man says that he has conducted hundreds of searches in his career and is only being fired because of the viral video, and when a veteran MPD sergeant says, I always told the people who work for me, don't be afraid to go up in the crotch, their words matter. When Chief of Police, in response to fairly mild police reforms, tells his entire force that the council insulted us by insinuating that we are in need of reform, and says that an accountability hearing emboldens drug dealers, his words matter. And finally, when thousands of community members submit testimony and testify before this council year after year about the harms inflicted by police officers on them and their communities as a result of the color of their skin, that they are being targeted by police for stops, searches, and arrests, and that reforms are not enough, their words should matter to you, their district leaders. And these words are backed with data on use of force, which has doubled in 3 years, stop and frisk data, where 89% of young people stopped are Black, and where, although MPD's words say it's about gun recovery, only 0.6% of all stops resulted in the seizure of guns. And the mayors and chiefs say this is a model for the rest of the country. Perhaps we are better than before, but we are far from a model. And when words and data don't lead to action from those in positions of power, communities rightfully feel angry and unheard. Our over-reliance on police is a symptom of systemic racism, all our government systems, and the council and mayor are the gatekeepers. I run an organization. I believe our values, our budget is our values in numbers. We pay attention to words, actions, and data. And here it shows it is time to divest in MPD and reinvest in communities. If not now, when? It is time to say enough. Show us in the budget, in real numbers, with more than just words, that you value Black lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. I don't have your statement. You said it was the same as what you submitted to Judiciary. If you could resend it to me, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Ms. Simmons. Shanika Simmons.
Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony. As a parent ambassador and third-generation Washingtonian, living in Ward 6, I think that daycare centers are an essential part of DC. It's unfortunate that only 8% of families can afford it. When I had my first son, I tried to put him in daycare so I could continue my education. I was told based off of my income I could qualify for a voucher. I was denied. DC already has the highest infant toddler cost, averaging about over $2,000 per month per child. Free and affordable childcare can make a positive impact on low-income families during this pandemic. We respectfully request a budget enhancement of $10 million that could possibly assist with this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Ms. Phillips.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Silverman. My name is Caroline Phillips. I'm a lifelong Washingtonian, and I'm the founder and producer of the National Cannabis Festival and National Cannabis Policy Summit. Both are events that take place annually here in the city. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of all of DC's homegrown festivals and local producers, including the All Things Go Fall Classic, the Black Love Festival, Adams Morgan Day, Down in the Reeds Festival, Porch Fest, Rockley City, the Capitol Fringe Festival, Kingman Island Festival, Snallygaster, Trelectro, DC Jazz Fest, Funk Parade, the National Cannabis Festival, the Black Love Experience, Honey Groove, and the Washington Women in Jazz Festival. Our ask today is for the DC Council to provide funding to support locally owned and produced events to help us meet the demands of our new public health landscape. When people from outside our city think about Washington, DC, they often can't see beyond the monuments in the Capitol. But we all know there is so much more to our city than that, and much of it can be found on display in our locally produced festivals. Not only do our locally owned and produced festivals enrich the culture of our city and highlight our local artists, but they also bring money to our city. In 2019, our events welcomed more than 300,000 DC residents inside their gates and nearly 70,000 guests from other states. We donate hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and in-kind services per year. Our guests book more than 20,000 hotel stays and Airbnb stays while they're in the city. More than $14 million is spent by our guests in town attending our events, both at our events and at restaurants and bars throughout the city. We employ nearly 2,000 local staff members, paying them $1.4 million per year. In addition, all of our festivals pay taxes to the city on all tickets, merchandise, as well as our vendors paying sales tax on all food and beverages sold. For obvious reasons, our events have either been canceled or postponed this year, but we are optimistic about holding them in 2021. We are also aware that we will need to take extra precautions to protect public health. The costs for these precautions would be hard for any business to absorb, but it's especially hard for those of us producing large-scale events who are already looking at zero revenue years this year and need to produce the funds for 2021. We do not want to lose these events that have defined DC culture for years, and we cannot lose the stages that allow our local talent to shine, especially now in a time when amplifying the voices of our Black and Brown communities means the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Mr. Nam, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and Council on a whole. My name is Chris Naum. I'm the co-founder of a music initiative called Listen Local First. I've been organizing music festivals and advocating for the music community in DC for the past 10 years. I'm the co-programmer of the Kingman Island Bluegrass and Folk Festival. I'm the co-founder of the Funk Parade Festival. And I'm the co-founder of a brand new festival to launch in 2019 called Down in the Reeds Festival at the Parks of Walter Reed up in Ward 4. As Caroline said, festivals are economic and cultural drivers of the city, and music brings us all together. The erasure of culture and individual music collectives in our city over the past couple of years due to gentrification and displacement artists is a major concern. If we also let our festivals fail, we're failing the entire art and music community and a significant revenue driver for a number of the artists in our city. After the complete shutdown of the festivals in 2020, festivals are expected to come back in 2021 with financial models that are completely upended. There will be capacity restrictions which lead to fewer attendees and ticket buyers, lots of sunk costs from 2020 losses, lower income for our vendors, for the local business vendors due to layout restrictions. There will be higher vendor and service provider costs because so many of our small providers have went out of business during this time. There will be additional costs to enforce social distancing guidelines. There will be additional costs for additional security and PPE requirements for attendees and staff. The undersigned festivals that Caroline talked about hire thousands of local musicians and actually pay them for their performances. Many of these festivals have received minimal funding from the city during their years of existence. It is time to support the festivals that actually support DC culture and music and help make DC a real music city. We have submitted a letter on behalf of all the festival organizers, and we are requesting initially $15 million over the course of 5 years to set aside as a fund so that the festivals can draw from to cover these additional costs to secure their existence from years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nam. Mr. Morgan.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Silverman, and members of the City Council. I'm Christopher Morgan, he, his, him, Executive Artistic Director of Dance Place, a 40-year-old theater for professional dance performances and an arts education institution located in Ward 5 for the past 35 years. Thank you to the Council and the Mayor for their continued commitment to the arts. In addition to representing Dance Place, I'm also speaking on behalf of the Executive Committee of the 20-member National Capital Arts Cohort, the list of which will be in my written submitted testimony. I think you're familiar with many of those arts organizations in our fine city. On behalf of the cohort, we strongly support Mayor Bowser's budget and hope that the council will as well. This budget preserves the dedicated funding stream for the arts, increases the amount available for grants to arts organizations and individual artists, and embraces equity among us all. The mayor's budget is a vital response to the decline in revenue for the arts caused by the unprecedented financial impact of the pandemic. The National Capital Arts Cohort collectively provides 1,200 jobs, paid work and support to 3,700 artists annually, and nearly $200 million that drive the DC creative economy each year, all critical components to economic recovery. Dance Place also feels strongly that government investments in mental health care, social services, education, and the arts is part of a critical path forward to bring greater equity to our great city. Each year, Dance Place serves 35,000 people, including 6,600 children we engage through our after-school and weekend youth enrichment programs, on-site and off-site performances in every ward of our city, and our annual summer camp. There's a little bit more information in my written testimony about some of those numbers, but the pandemic has caused us to pivot to a fully virtual 6-week summer camp for 80 children and teens that starts next week. In addition to the arts and life skills curriculum we provide those children, we're also providing the families with the technology devices and wireless internet access needed to engage in their summer camp classes from their own homes safely. And throughout this challenging time, Dance Place has maintained our entire 22-person staff on full salary, paid 50 to 75% ongoing stipends to all of our independent contracting teaching staff, and 50 to 75% of all the artist fees that would have been affected by our closure. We're fervently committed to this vibrant and diverse city, and we want to be part of its economic recovery.
That concludes your statement.
Given the time, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Knight.
Good morning, Chairman. Would it be possible for Mr. Dickerson to precede me?
For Mr. Dickerson to precede you, I didn't hear you very well. Yes, be fine. Mr. Reverend Dickerson.
Hey, thank you so much. God bless you this morning, Chairman Mendelson and Council Member Silverman and all the committee members. I'm Reverend Jim Dickerson, President and CEO of MANA, a DC nonprofit developer of affordable housing since 1982. MANA has created, developed, etc., nearly 2,000 affordable homes for either rental or home ownership, first-time home buyers through the tenant right to purchase program. We have helped these buyers to collectively gain over 200 million in home equity out of and in their journey out of low and no wealth status. Currently, we have over 24 properties. MANA does 461 units in our pipeline, rental housing pipeline, and 12 homes that we are constructing in Ward 8 at the moment. And we've done all of this throughout the city. We estimate that nonprofits have approximately 2,500 affordable homes in our collective pipeline now, and we have responded to you and the mayor's marker to develop more. All of this is at great risk because from our analysis, there's no more money in the Housing Production Trust Fund after currently approved funding projects is released. Because of COVID and revenue losses, budgetary realities, where now all of this is now at great risk, and we're at great risk of losing them if we can't join together and come up with a long-term strategy and plan, resources to weather the crisis and to not lose all the gains that we have achieved together collectively in this city. All of us must share the pain and sacrifice, but also be part of the solution. We can't retreat from our commitment, and all of us can envision alternatives and solutions. My faith and my philosophy in this situation we're in now says that there's great opportunity in every crisis, and we are in a crisis, and I know you agree. We are not retreating, we are moving forward in the most equitable, compassion, just, and creative way possible for the common good, especially for those most affected by the injustices of our society. Affordable housing is as essential for those hit hardest by all of the inequities of this virus and this system that we are in, as is healthcare, food, jobs, etc., education. We support the 2021 housing budget. We urge that you support those recommendations that we sent forth through Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Community Development. And we strongly urge you and the council to support our recommendation to work together to craft a viable long-term plan that we talked to you about a little bit yesterday, to not lose all that we have gained and built and currently secured for affordable housing and preservation in our city over the next several years. My colleague Jim Knight will go into greater detail on the Housing Production Trust Fund alternatives. And thank you so much, Chairman and council members, for your commitment to this city, your amazing commitment. And so I'll yield now to my colleague Jim Knight.
Thank you. Mr. Knight.
Greetings and good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Council Member Silverman, other members of the committee. We thank you for your service and your commitment to our city. I testify today as CEO of Jubilee Housing, a nearly 50-year-old DC nonprofit, also as a member of the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board, and as a longtime member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. I'm going to focus on something Jim teed up. The mayor's proposed budget identifies $100 million for the trust fund in FY20 and 21, and no money in the project-based LRSP budget. At these funding levels, virtually all of the funds will be utilized by projects that were awarded in FY 2018 and earlier. It appears to us that no new projects will proceed until new funds are available. There are currently 32 projects from the 2019 RFP cycle that met threshold eligibility. They represent between 2,500 and 3,000 new units of affordable housing at a total cost of $350 million in trust fund required. There are also more than a dozen newer projects waiting to make an application in a 2020 RFP that may not come. These likely represent another 750 to 1,500 affordable homes. The negative effects of the present budget proposal on reaching the district's affordable housing goals cannot be overstated. Virtually no new projects can access trust funds until FY22 funds are available and later. Loss of countless projects, millions of dollars, and long-time development partners, capacity that has taken many years to achieve, is at great risk. Few investments offer greater long-term impact for inclusion and equity than deeply affordable housing. To promote racial equity now and for the future, we must invest heavily in safe, healthy, and affordable housing now. There are solutions available. I will touch on these in a very cursory way and take questions if you want to go deeper. In consultation with CNHED and many of our peers in the affordable housing community, we've identified some pathways forward. First, we believe the district should identify a minimum floor of $200 million from the hoped for federal stimulus package. If that does not materialize, the district can issue bonds that are backed by existing tax revenue already committed to the trust fund. Historically low interest rates would allow for $15 million in new trust fund, in annual trust fund, to generate $300 million in one-time proceeds. We could also use the Section 108 loan guarantee program to use CDBG funds to leverage one-time proceeds from HUD. Roughly $5 million in recurring annual funds can be used to generate about $75 million in one-time proceeds. A fourth is to implement the DC low-income housing tax credit program. Council passed a pilot version of this in 2017, but it has not been implemented. Roughly $18 million in annual tax credits would generate about $125 million in subsidies for projects. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. We know these are challenging times, to say the least. We pray that our passions and our reason will balance out to arrive at the best solution for now and the years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Ms. Abel? Is Catherine Abel with the Committee on Interns and Residents on?
I am here. I apologize. I had to unmute me.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you to the chairman and to the committee for allowing me this time to speak. I am Dr. Catherine Abel, and I am testifying on behalf of the Committee of Interns and Residents, a labor union that represents over 400 resident physicians and fellows in Washington, D.C., including the dental and psychiatry residents working at St. Elizabeth's Hospital. I am also a resident of D.C., living in Ward 6. I am speaking to express my concerns with the mayor's budget proposal to freeze the wages of all District of Columbia employees, not recognize current union contracts, and not to bargain with unions that have expired contracts. As a DC essential employee, I serve our community every day, including in times of crisis. As a psychiatry resident at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, I care for the most severely mentally ill patients in our metro area. St. Elizabeth's Hospital continued to function during the pandemic, despite the COVID outbreak amongst patients and staff, thanks in large part to the dedication of the psychiatry residents and other staff at the hospital. Many of us have rearranged our lives to work directly with COVID positive or suspected positive patients, despite knowing that we are the ones most likely to bring it home to our parents, partners, or children. A number of my colleagues did become infected, highlighting the risks we take every day that we come to work. Outside of St. Elizabeth, my colleagues and I serve at almost a dozen clinics and hospitals throughout the city and are on the front lines of outpatient mental health care throughout the community. No one has been untouched by this pandemic, whether through knowing someone who has been ill or through the fear and isolation. This only underscores how important our work in the community is and how vital the support we provide can be. My colleagues and I don't need to be seen as heroes, but wage freezes are not inevitabilities when looking at the budget, they are choices. The currently proposed budget plan shows complete disregard for District of Columbia employees. In making these financial decisions, our leaders can and should do better. I am asking the Committee of the Whole to fully fund wage increases for District of Columbia employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Ms. Tull?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, committee and fellow panelists. I am in Zingatol. I live in Ward 7. I currently serve as board chair of Teaching for Change, an education and social justice nonprofit based in DC. I'm also corresponding secretary for the Ward 7 Education Council, and I'm also a member of the Coalition for DC Public Schools, which is a grassroots organizing and advocacy group that supports robust by right system of neighborhood public schools in DC. Understandably, many of the current budget discussions are focusing on how best to manage the fallout from the coronavirus pandemic. One of the issues that most schools and families have faced has been full access to functional devices and reliable internet service to support distance learning. This is a particularly acute challenge for low-wealth communities. To help provide instructional continuity and reduce learning loss due to the pandemic disruption, I fully support recommendations from colleagues with digital equity in DC education. This includes a call on DCPS to accelerate its 3-year plan to reach a 1-to-1 student device ratio and to provide an additional $11 million to the mayor's proposed budget to ensure all K-12 students have computers for in-person and remote learning. As we grapple with critical issues related to coronavirus recovery, I urge the council not to lose sight of the structural inequities in school funding that have plagued predominantly Black east of the river school communities since long before the pandemic hit. We must broaden and deepen our commitment to funding strategies that treat by right Ward 7 public schools as inherently valuable and focus on growing enrollment in Ward 7 schools by strengthening feeder patterns, providing equitable and sensible funding for attractive academic programming like dual language and STEM, equitable facilities funding for schools still awaiting modernization, and improving the quality and accessibility of mental health and social service supports. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. That's all.
Yes, I figured that. I hesitate and see if I muted myself or didn't. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm going to break a little with what I said before about not asking a lot of questions and probably take just a couple of minutes. Mr. Morgan, you testified with regard to the arts funding. I found your testimony helpful, but I want to ask you this. There are some individuals, I don't want to say it's a large number, who are suggesting that the funding mechanism that we put in place finally last year, I believe with broad support from the arts community, is somehow inequitable. Can you speak to the equity issue?
I'll do my best to, sir, yes. I'll start with an individual perspective from Dance Place. One of the things that was challenging for Dance Place prior to the dedicated funding stream was that we were often in competition with organizations and individual artists who wanted to work and perform in our space. That was particularly through the Projects, Events, and Festivals grant program. We might submit a proposal that would compete with a smaller organization for the same grant, and that was one of the ways that Dance Place in particular felt that there was an inequity. The other thing that I think is important too, it seems so long ago given everything that's been happening lately, but that wasn't that long ago that that shift happened with the dedicated arts funding, the percentage of the sales tax for everyone on here as a reminder, and that saw a drastic increase in all arts funding. And if I think of the groups that were the National Capital Arts cohort who did see a dramatic increase, and it really helped and stabilized our funding at Dance Place, when one looks at the percentages, it actually even greater increased the funding to smaller organizations and individual artists. And the National Capital Arts cohort, I think through our storybook impact that we shared with the council members back in February in an earlier round of budget testimony, had some specific data on that in it.
Thank you. That's helpful. I had a couple questions for either Mr. Knight or Reverend Dickerson. I guess for Mr. Dickerson, this is technical. You mentioned in your testimony you have 24 properties totaling 461 units. See attached chart. I didn't see the attached.
Okay, I will send that to you. I will send the chart and the map to you. I apologize. I will get it right to you, okay?
Okay, don't apologize. Mr. Knight, in your testimony, you said $0 in project-based LRSP, that's local rent supplement program. As I understand it, when affordable housing is built, often there's a subsidy for the construction, but then there also needs to be an ongoing subsidy, which we call the local rent supplement program. That's what LRSP is about. $0. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but how can we go forward with $0 there, or is that okay? The emphasis has been on increasing the dollars in HPTF for projects, but I want to focus for a minute on LRSP.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chairman. I think it's clear the administration is trying to improve a funding mechanism that has been challenging for the field for a number of years, where commitments are made well in advance of the units being available to lease up. And so there's a lag in an amount of money that accumulates and can't be spent on the project. That has been a challenge of this program for a number of years. And I understand that DHCD and Housing Authority and others are working on a way to have a funding allocation that kicks in when the unit is available, rather than when the project applies originally for funding. I think the field is hopeful that new mechanism can be productive. I think it's still in the early stages of sussing it out, and I don't know that it's clear yet that the mechanism will work for banks and other investors in projects to know that at the time of selection, the commitment will be available in those future years. I think it's hopeful that we might be able to get there, but I don't think it's clear that we're there yet. And so having no money available in this fiscal year and in the following just begs the question, will that new mechanism actually work, and how much LRSP capacity is available for the 32 projects that applied last year? I don't think those questions have been fully answered yet.
So if we are able to do the LRSP, I want to say point in time, isn't that how a lot of retailers get their inventory, is I think they call it point in time? That makes a lot of sense, but what I'm hearing from you is that it's not certain that lenders at the start of a project will be satisfied, and so therefore it might impede new projects.
So I want to be clear. I think a process can be defined with government standing behind it that the lending and investing community will get comfortable with. I think we can get there. I don't think that policy and procedure exists sufficiently yet to know for sure.
Okay, so we could adopt the budget with the hope that we'll get there.
I think it would be extremely helpful if that process could be documented before the budget closes, so that we can even test it with the market and see how the lenders and tax credit investors respond to it. We could do that quickly.
Would you get back to us or the budget director? Because we're voting on the budget July 7th. So,
right, and I would encourage, so the development community will absolutely test it as best we're able, but I think some direct communication with DHCD and the Housing Authority might be a faster path, but we certainly will play our part in that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Silverman, did you have questions?
Well, I wasn't, but just to follow up on your question, Mr. Chairman, and to make sure I understand the issue, Mr. Knight and Reverend Dickerson, isn't the issue that we need LRSP for the 0 to 30% units, and that you receive trust fund money to build those 0 to 30% units, but then we always don't have the LRSP money available when those units come online to actually subsidize the operating costs. Is that the issue?
No. So I would say we still need to get better at synchronizing the award process
right
with the timing of the units being delivered. And so I think there have been periods when projects who would develop 30% MI units are not funded because there's not enough LRSP authority in that RFP cycle. So that
if I can interrupt, it's not exactly as you phrased it, council member.
Oh, okay.
Not that when the project is done that the LRSP is not available. It's rather that upfront, before the lending commitments to get the project built, that the LRSP has to be available. So we budget the LRSP in millions of dollars to support projects that will be built, that will come online 2-3 years from now. And that LRSP obviously is not going to be spent this year or next year. So when, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Mr. Knight says synchronizing, why can't we have the LRSP available at the time that the project needs it rather than 2 years before?
And it's my understanding that that's what DHCD and the Housing Authority are attempting to address now. And I think they feel promising about it, but I don't think the mechanism has been fully developed. And so I think looking at sort of a practical moment in time, projects that applied last year, where decisions are going to get made sometime soon, and a zero in the budget line, is it available or is it not? And I don't think we know.
Right. But just to suss this out, the LRSP is not needed at the time of construction, is it?
Correct.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman. The LRSP is needed for the operational costs of the unit, which is when the unit actually becomes available, when the unit is going to be rented out. And we saw this in the Housing Production Trust Fund process when the auditor did the report on that controversial round, is that, and I think if I'm understanding correctly, this is Mr. Knight's issue, is that projects are selected based on the LRSP that might be available. And so the justification, for example, that Director Donaldson made was, well, I chose Project 20 because we couldn't fund the ones with 0 to 30% units.
So I think you're both speaking to related concerns, but I'll focus back on the chairman's point. So the money's not spent until the building is constructed.
Right.
But the commitment has to be bankable because the banks and the investors put their money in 2 years before the unit's available.
Right.
So the commitment has to be binding. The district has to be able to make a binding commitment. And I think that's the synchronization that is attempting to be fixed. And in the meantime, to your point, Councilmember Silverman, I think that leaves some RFP rounds without enough project-based LRSP.
Got it. I see the 2 points. Yeah. So we want to do the 0 to 30%, but we can't do them because we don't have the LRSP. And then there's the issue if we do give HPTF money to LRSP units, and then we don't actually have the LRSP to support the operations. Right.
I think that does happen.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And those of you who did not get us copies, I was just handed Ms. Tull's. Please get us the copies of your statements. So you'll be exited out of the witness room, and I'm going to call now the next 10 witnesses.
Thank you.
Marnie Barron, who's President and CEO of Soul Tree LLC. Jay Sheffield, who's just listed as a public witness. Faith Oviedo. Makia Green, who's with the Working Families Party. Jessica Shotwell. Nenya Amuchi. Devan Genoa. Mahalet Kabedi. Christian Tabash. And Weston Gobar. I'm going to pause for a minute while I check with staff whether everybody's admitted. All right, let's begin with Ms. Barron. Let me remind you, everybody should be in gallery view, and you'll see the clock in the top left. And please keep your testimony to 2 minutes. Ms. Barron.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am a former DC public school teacher and instructional coach. I started my business in 2011 and became a CBE in 2013. Before the pandemic, Soul Tree was primarily focused on training, staffing, and project management for large public events, such as the Mayor's 5K, the Mayor's Maternal and Infant Health Summit, and the Senior Olympics. As a result of the pandemic, training and project management of large public events dissipated, and 50% of our staffing business was cut. Like many other small businesses, we were facing unprecedented challenges and experiencing fear of an uncertain future. Fortunately, due to our strong relationship with one of our vendors who supplied us with trade show and event materials, such as water bottles, t-shirts, hand sanitizer, etc., contacted us and asked us to be their sales and marketing team for their pivot into PPE supplies and distribution. As a result, we did a 180-degree turn in our business focus, and we now spend the majority of our time providing PPE equipment to local government agencies and frontline health personnel. This has been especially rewarding to us as we have numerous customers in some of our hardest hit areas within our community who have told us that they have had no source to the highly sought after PPE supplies. Our mission going forward is to continue to source these supplies to local organizations like hospice, home health care workers, and nursing homes who are on the front lines in our most vulnerable communities. In addition, we have developed turnkey, return to work and return to school PPE kits for individuals and organizations. The support we need to be successful is access to fully open RFQs and being included as a supplier in local COVID-19 guides and directories. All of our supplies can be found on our website at patriotsafetycompany.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. Ms. Sheffield.
My name is Jay Sheffield, they, them pronouns, and I am a Ward 4 DC resident and trauma-focused massage therapist. I call on the council and the mayor to follow the lead of the Minneapolis Council and dismantle the police. Training for MPD is a waste of money. Reforms typically have little or no impact on officer behavior. You can't reform a force that was literally crafted by Nixon, Reagan, and Clinton to maintain modern day slavery and Jim Crow. The number to call when someone is hurt should not trigger fear, harm, deportation, or murder. I don't want to wake up to sirens each morning and think, I hope the Black and brown folks in my queer family and in my client base won't be harassed by cops today. For any of you who are celebrating LGBT rights in the workplace right now, I'm here to say how hypocritical when you continue to employ cops who terrorize and traumatize our loved ones on the way home. Multiple friends have been pulled over for driving while Black just in the last couple months, and one of them was held and questioned for 20 minutes because of Bowser's curfew, making her late for her job where she literally keeps people alive on dialysis machines. Every day in DC, you can see cops harass Black and brown folks, and now without masks. I've seen a man thrown to the ground by a park cop outside of my house for a car malfunction. And I will note, in a very gentrified neighborhood, and as expected, nothing came of the report that I filed. This is a daily occurrence in Black and brown neighborhoods in DC. You can't fix the police, council, but you can stop funding racism and empowering the Trump administration. You can release human beings from cages and not fund another jail. You can abolish the police, including Park and Metro Police, and cops who work in schools and with ICE. You can decriminalize sex work, and you can redirect all of those resources. You can be on the right side of history and listen to the demands of Black Lives Matter DC, Stop Police Terror Project DC, and BYP 100 DC, who know where to redirect those resources in ways that won't replace one system of violence with another. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Oviedo?
Hello. My name is Faith Oviedo, and I'm an organizer with BYP 100, and I work with youth in Ward 8. I'm here to remind you of your duty to Black and brown people who have been gentrified out of this city, who are living in food deserts, who are criminalized and constantly policed, who don't have access to healthcare, who are navigating an oppressive system that you have the ability to change. We know that meeting everyone's material needs helps to keep us safe, and yet the city continues to dump money into policing and criminalization. We have the most police per capita and the highest incarceration rates in the country. But council members, I know that you already know this. I know that you are aware that 90% of the people incarcerated in the DC jail are Black, and I know you are aware of the people MPD has killed and assaulted with impunity. So then when will your budget reflect the needs of your residents and stop treating the people harmed by carceral policy as collateral damage while you continue the same cycle of underfunding essential needs and giving MPD the resources they need to subjugate marginalized people? The DC Fair Budget Coalition offers a platform to begin repairing our communities, and it's time that these recommendations be taken more seriously. We must defund and abolish MPD and invest in community-led interruption programs that are independent of law enforcement. Divest from MPD and invest in Cure the Streets, the DBH, homeless outreach and mobile crisis services, restorative justice programming and mental health counselors in DC schools, and ensure that folks who have been excluded from COVID-19 recovery funding, like undocumented people and sex workers, are urgently met with the money and resources they need to thrive. Remove the $5 million for new jail construction from the budget, because we know we cannot spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a new jail and pretend that we don't know that incarceration is actually antithetical to safety. Council members, this budget must reflect the urgency of this moment and seek to repair the harm that has been caused from the long-term neglect of our communities. Divest from MPD and invest in our communities.
Thank you. Makia Green.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually Samantha Davis, the Executive Director of Black Swan Academy. I'm speaking in place of Makia Green today. We are joining thousands of DC students, parents, educators, and organizers in demanding police-free schools. A few points I want to make. Tomorrow, we celebrate Juneteenth. This conversation around abolishing police is not cute, it's not interesting, it is literally imperative for Black people to finally get liberation in this country. The MPD was founded in 1861, August 1861. The Emancipation Day that we celebrate in DC is April 1862. That is not a coincidence. Literally, the creation and founding of police in this country is simply to oppress and criminalize Black people since we have been set free. Very important point to make. We must stop normalizing the policing, surveillance, and criminalization of our youth. It is not normal, and it is not an experience that white youth have. The actions of Black youth that we often rely on police for tend to be acts of survival, normal expressions of adolescent behavior, or responses to trauma. The difference is, in white affluent schools, those actions are met with resources versus cops. Schools with a majority of Black student population across this country, including here in DC, are 3 times more likely than majority white schools to have more security staff than mental health professionals. This focus on policing versus equitable resources means schools are forced to rely on police for incidents of sexual violence, when the services for our special needs populations are unmet, when students are simply having a bad day and need to be met with love, not harm. Our over-reliance on police in our schools compounds the fear, the violence, and the trauma that Black youth are experiencing every day. This is why shameful stats like these exist. 100% of school-based arrests of youth of color last year were, 100% of school-based arrests were of youth of color last year. 60% of girls arrested in DC are under the age of 15. Black girls in DC are 30 times more likely to be arrested than white youth of any gender identity. The mayor and the city council, this is a choice to prioritize policing over learning. We have schools without librarians, without social workers, without the supports and resources that they need to truly have a learning environment in which they thrive. And yet those same schools that don't have essential resources have police. We're calling on you to remove police from schools immediately. Is that my time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Jessica Shotwell.
Hello, my name is Jessica Shotwell, and I'm also an organizer with Black Youth Project 100 DC chapter. I'll start off by saying defund MPD and abolish the police. I'm extremely exhausted from having to come up here and testify in front of y'all. I'm here to speak the names of Daquan Young, Marquise Austin, Terrence Sterling, Jeffrey Price, Raphael Briscoe, all names of Black people killed by MPD whose lives were cut short because of this violent police department. Amidst a global pandemic and an uprising for Black liberation, MPD has shown where the priorities lie, harassing and assaulting Black youth, and for some reason, $19 million more are being proposed to add to the MPD budget, as well as $5 million for a new jail. We are here to say that this will not happen, and we are demanding that you defund MPD. We don't want any more cops, and they don't need any more money. We also demand police-free schools in both public and charter schools in DC, so completely uplifting everything that Samantha Davis just said. We also demand that you invest in community resources. What could a proposed total of $578 million allocated to the police instead do for our community? That money could go to housing for all, education for all, transportation, healthcare, community-led violence interruption, could go to crisis management, street medic training, all of these other things. And that's just the $578 million from the MPD, let alone the $5 million being allocated for a jail and all of these other funds that are going to fund the carceral state, which its mission is to enact state violence against Black people, against brown people, poor people, queer people, Black trans women, and undocumented people. We are tired of coming before you to testify. We won't stop. This will keep going until we get what we're demanding, and please take these demands as a promise. Fuck 12, shame on you, defund MPD, and abolish the police.
Is Ms. Amuchi on the line, on the call? Ms. Ganua, if I pronounce your last name correctly.
Hi, my name is Devin Genoa. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Devin Genoa. I am a Ward 6 resident. I'm calling for the DC Council to immediately defund and dissolve the Metropolitan Police Department. Defunding the police department is a necessary step toward abolition, toward a community that truly prioritizes the safety and thriving of its Black residents. Council, it is within your power to create a future for our city without police. It is within your power to create a future where all Black people in DC live full lives without the threat of state violence. With all of this possibility, it is unacceptable that you would choose to increase the budget for a system that does so much harm and fails to keep us safe. As a community-based researcher, I spend a lot of time in DC's public housing communities, Greenleaf Gardens, Richardson Dwellings, and Benning Terrace, among others. As in any other neighborhood, there are leaders, builders, nurturers, and doers, extraordinarily resourceful community leaders who want to lift up their neighbors, enthusiastic and smart young people with great ideas. And yet these communities must deal with trauma and violence at much higher rates than other areas of the city. Increased police presence has not protected them. Increasing MPD's budget by nearly $19 million will do nothing to protect them. In fact, increasing the budget sends a message that you believe these communities are to be surveilled and prosecuted. I urge you to direct funds elsewhere, to reinvest the nearly $580 million currently spent on policing into improving public housing, making childcare accessible for all families and adequately supporting childcare providers, ensuring all DC residents can meet their basic needs through and beyond the coronavirus pandemic. Calls to defund the police are not new. Black queer feminist activists have been demanding these changes for years. And I urge you to listen to their voices. I urge you to imagine a DC where all residents can flourish and thrive, and to pursue that vision using the immense resources at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cabetti?
Hello, committee members. My name is Mahalik Kabeta, pronouns she, her. I was born here in Washington, D.C. and have lived in Ward 7 for the past 4 years. I share with you my testimony as not only a Washingtonian, but also as a public health professional with a master's in public health. I'm calling on the Committee of the Whole, as well as the broader D.C. Council, to defund the Metropolitan Police Department and divest those funds into community and social services. Adapted from the Coalition on Homelessness, I want you all to imagine a new D.C., a DC that you have the power to create. Imagine some folks are sleeping on benches in DuPont Circle and a DC government employee comes by and checks in to see if they need a place to sleep, food, water, or healthcare, and an hour later, those who want a different place to sleep have one. Imagine experiencing a mental health crisis and calling 311 to have a first responder trained in mental health come to your door. 1 hour later, you are in a safe place with your consent with plans for follow-up care. Imagine driving down Florida Ave and you don't realize it, but your brake lights aren't working, and a DC government employee signals for you to pull over and asks you to replace the lights right then and there so no one gets hurt. And an hour later, both lights work and you're en route to the office. Imagine experiencing intimate partner violence and texting a number to a trauma-informed crisis intervention specialist to meet you in a safe place. An hour later, you are working together to create a plan that will keep you safe long-term. Imagine someone is behaving erratically and in harm's way, and you text a number and an unarmed urgent responder trained in behavioral health comes within 5 minutes. An hour later, that person is safe and getting the support they need. You don't have to imagine these things much longer. You have the power to make this a reality for Washingtonians by divesting MPD's budget and in its stead investing in the Department of Behavioral Health, the Department of Human Services, the Office of Neighborhood and Safety Engagement, and DC Health. My 3 demands are the following: divest from the MPD, invest in community safety, create police-free DC schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cabetta. Mr. Tabash? Christian Tabash?
Yeah, hi. One sec. Hello, thank you for this opportunity to weigh in. My name is Christian Tabash, and I'm currently a student at Harvard University, but have been a near lifelong DC student and community member. In the past 3 weeks, the DC community has mobilized in an unprecedented and historical fashion to demand change. How Mayor Bowser and the DC Council, however, have responded to our calls has been nothing short of reprehensible. The mayor's budget outlines priorities diametrically opposed to what we're calling for. We do not want, nor do we need, a larger budget for the Metropolitan Police Department that we know from experience will lead to further impunity and escalations of violence in our own neighborhoods. We certainly do not need a new correctional facility that serves the sole purpose of locking up and traumatizing our own. I have listened in abhorrent disgust to council members justify the need for policing, to which I attempted to respond to this fallacy in my testimony to the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. However, I am not here to be redundant. I'm not here to recount to you the mountains of evidence that unequivocally indicate that policing in prisons do not make us safer, but on the contrary are in fact the problem. I'm not here to rehash the history of policing as the vanguard of white supremacy since its inception just over 100 years ago. I'm not here to regurgitate what experts and scholars have already concluded, which is that police reform is a lie. I'm not here to repeat that poverty is the greatest impediment to safety, and that the tens of millions of dollars we spend on the MPD in prisons are valuable resources that could and should be redistributed to fund housing, healthcare, childcare, education, jobs, and the basic necessities of a dignified life. What I'm here to do, however, is to amplify the countless voices throughout the district who have been crying out to no avail because this council has failed us. You fail us when you allow for MPD to continue to exist and roam the streets, disrupting the peace, physically abusing and sexually assaulting vulnerable populations, surveilling Black families, killing precious folks with impunity, like Jeffrey Price, Daquan Young, Marquise Alton, Terrence Sterling, and Raphael Briscoe, and stealing the life chances of Black and brown youth through the introduction to the cycle of incarceration and the cycle of poverty. You have the ability and the responsibility to abolish the MPD and institute community-led practices of public safety that are accountable and actually do their jobs of keeping us safe. You have the power to divert resources that have gone too long to policing, criminalization, and incarceration into our communities as outlined by Black Lives Matter DC, the Poor People's Campaign, and a fair budget report.
Hey, Mr. Tavash, are you done? Because you're over your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Weston Gobar? Don't know if...
Hi, my name is Wes Gobar. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I organize with Black Youth Project. Your task is very simple. We need to defund the police. We need to take police out of schools, and we need to invest in Black and brown communities. Budgets are moral documents, and you paint Black Lives Matter on the streets, but your budget shows that you do not value Black lives. This budget increase is another form of violence. It destroys futures and ends in murders. Now, I'm speaking out because my brother was nearly a victim of the school to prison pipeline. Growing up, he had real behavioral and mental health issues that needed proper treatment, but instead aggressiveness was met with more aggressiveness. Racist teachers, broken windows policing mindsets, and a school without the mental health and teacher capacity resources to deal with this behavior responds with more suspensions, alternative schools designed to keep bad people away from designated good students. Carceral policy making warps our mindsets, and it robs our schools from the resources they desperately need. The school is very close to pressing charges of my brother and ruining his life. If we had a school resource officer who was intent on charging him, his life could have easily been ruined, like so many Black people experience, and that decision should not be up to one officer. His future was delayed, but not destroyed. And this story could be any community, any person. The past 2 weeks have shown that no Black folks are immune, whether sleeping in their car or in their apartment. And even white people now are feeling the weight of this violence in the city while they're being beaten and tear gassed by the police. And it's clear, no lives will matter until all Black lives matter. That means Black women, Black queer lives, Black trans lives, all Black lives. End the $23 million contract with DC Public Schools, defund the police and reject this $19 million budget increase. Stop insulting your citizens with symbolic measures because budgets are moral documents. Invest in life, invest in housing, homelessness, education, transit. All these things are the things that prevent social harms and keep us safe, not police. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gobar. So I have just a couple of questions. Ms. Barron, you were the first to speak in this panel. I wasn't clear on your ask. We need access to fully open RFQs. Do you want to say anything more?
Yeah, the question is more so about being able to participate in the response for proposals and that are put out, because sometimes what we've noticed is that they are sole sourcing for agencies that may have not previously been a provider of these critical supplies. And then also if there were any kind of specific COVID-19 guides or directories that the city puts out, we just wanted to know how to be able to participate so that Sultry could be included and be able to distribute those supplies within the city.
Thank you. Jay Sheffield, you mentioned that you had filed a complaint and it was ignored. With whom did you file the complaint?
You know, it was a while back and I have records of it if the council would like it. But I had talked to Park Police, I talked to MPD, and just got a bunch of typical bureaucratic responses.
Well, you're very critical of the system. It would help if I knew, was it the Park Police against whom you were filing a complaint?
Yes.
Okay, because I believe I don't even know what their complaint process is. MPD has an independent agency outside of MPD with whom people can file complaints. But it sounds like it was not an issue regarding MPD and was not a complaint ignored by the Office of Police Complaints. Is that correct?
So there wasn't adequate follow-up from either. And
with whom did you file the complaint?
I ended up filing it in multiple places because it wasn't a clear process. And the fact that it wasn't a clear process was a problem to begin with. And also the park cop was out of jurisdiction, was not supposed to be policing where he was policing. So yes, it was a convoluted process.
I don't want to defend the police behavior, but if it was NPS, they're outside our jurisdiction, and the Office of Police Complaints has no jurisdiction. I think it's unacceptable that you would file a complaint and it was ignored. But it sounds like that was totally federal government.
Well, either way, it is a problem, and that park cops behavior is the same behavior that we can witness every day by MPD. So that is, I think that is the point.
All right. Well, thank you. Councilmember Silverman, did you have any questions? Councilmember Silverman? Since she's not answering, I want to thank each of you for your testimony. You're going to be exited from the witness room, and I'm going to call the next 10 witnesses. Again, thank you for your time and for your testimony. Sonia Gura, Antibo Macuena, Lena Stolyar, Jason Najum. Each of you are listed as a public witness. Carly Didden, who is Government Affairs Manager with Crown Castle. Rahana Mohammed, who is Chair, Board of Directors, DC Center for the LGBT Community. Ryan Boss, or Bose, Executive Director with Capital Pride Alliance. Maka Wu, who's with DC Data Cycle. Elizabeth Sawyer, and Robin Swirling. I'm going to pause for a moment to check with my staff. Sorry to make you all wait. Again, please be in gallery view. There's a clock in the top row. I asked that folks keep their testimony to 2 minutes. The first person I called was Sonia Gura. I'm not sure that she is on. So let's try Antibo Macuena, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Yep, it's pronounced Ntebo Mokwena, and I've testified before you, so I don't know why you continue to mess up my name.
My apologies.
Okay, and I also emailed my testimony. Do you have it?
My staff is bringing it to me right now.
Okay.
But please proceed.
Okay, my name is Ntebohang Maya Mokwena, and I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I have been a DC resident for 7 years. I'm a member of the DC chapter of Black Youth Project 100 and a member of Ward 1 Mutual Aid. I'm testifying in wholehearted opposition of the mayor's proposed budget increases to the Metropolitan Police Department, and I want to uplift the demands of Black youth at the Black Swan Academy. We all know that police put Black lives at risk, and they often are the ones taking our lives. Anything less of defunding the MPD is a declaration from the council that Black lives don't matter to you. Before I outline why I'm opposed to the mayor's budget proposal, I want to clearly state that I'm not testifying today to convince the council or the mayor of my or other Black folks' humanity. I'm here because it is politically necessary for me and my comrades to be on the record telling you to defund MPD. And I'm infuriated, to put it lightly, that Council Member Allen and members of the judiciary felt that Monday's sham hearing was adequate to listening to DC residents. Over 15,000 people attempted to testify or submit testimony, and only a sliver were actually listened to. Very few were Black, and maybe less than a handful were actually from wards 7 and 8. Shame on y'all for that. That's unacceptable. Black Lives Matter, full stop, and so do our voices. This is non-negotiable, and I will not apologize for it. Black-led organizations in DC have made the demands to decrease funding to MPD for years before I even started organizing in DC. And it's these very real reasons that we shouldn't fund the MPD, which is a state-sanctioned death squad. Sex workers, many of whom are Black trans women, continue to be harassed and assaulted by MPD. MPD lynches Black folks on the streets and don't see our humanity. MPD and the DC government attempt to psychologically torture Black mothers who have lost their children with nonsensical bureaucracy and never-ending holding patterns. MPD continues to traumatize Black and brown youth across the city. I've seen it before my own eyes, and I've also been almost hit by MPD officers who don't turn their sirens on. I have witnessed them go down the wrong way with no sirens on in a predominantly deaf neighborhood. That's unacceptable. MPD trains with a settler colonial military force, the Israeli military, which is responsible for countless human rights violations and is from a country of over 50 apartheid laws on the books. I don't know what they expect to learn from them and what they expect to trade with them other than how to learn how to traumatize Black folks here and Palestinians abroad. MPD uses biological warfare on community members, and it's as if such use of these weapons should ever be justified anywhere. Ya basta, no more, this must end. The only way to ensure this mass suffering should end is not with flowery trips to a museum or by talking to the very people they endlessly humiliate and dehumanize. The only way to ensure this stops is by defunding MPD and abolishing the police, and certainly not by increasing funding for FY2021 to MPD. As comrades have shared over the past years, weeks, days, and hours, yes, we continue to demand this and will not stop doing it. Funding independent from law enforcement violence interrupters programs is a must. Removing all police from all schools and all their names in forms is a must. Investing funds into the neighborhoods you, the council, continue to ignore is a must. Listening to Black organizers is a must. And I promise you, we, the anti-racist cadre in DC, will not stop transforming our communities and holding the council accountable. Defunding the police means tearing down racist social work, legal, and public health approaches, as well as abolishing prisons and investing those funds into universal health care, child care, free food, securing free public housing for houseless folks, and much more. Again, while these demands are not new, the momentum for them is. And if you enjoy working for DC residents as council members, the people, your constituents, have made it very clear that you shall not continue to enjoy such employment if you do not meet our demands. Defund MPD, Amandla, all power to the people, Ashe.
Thank you. Ms. Stoliar.
Thank you. My name is Lena. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I think it's incredibly important to talk about where funds will be going and where they will not be going. I want to echo what other residents have said, and I am deeply opposed to the proposed $18.5 million increase to the Metropolitan Police Department, and I am deeply upset with the decrease of funds to the Violence Interruption Program. The MPD's job is to protect all citizens or residents of DC, and they are not doing that. The stop and frisk data from July to December of 2019 shows that 70% of the people stopped were Black folks. In 2018, use of force incidents increased by 20%, and 90% of all use of force incidents involved Black folks in the community. The ACLU also found that between 2013 and 2017, Black people in DC were arrested at 10 times the rate of white people in DC, and that is deeply unacceptable. Why are we increasing the budget of a department that is systematically and specifically targeting and harming Black members of our community? If an employee is bad at their job, you don't give them a raise, you fire them. And this case, being bad at your job means that MPD is both perpetrating racism and harming and harassing and killing DC residents. Painting Black Lives Matter in front of the White House is just an empty gesture if there aren't policies that follow suit, and this isn't it. No more money should be invested in MPD. Money should be invested in other departments, many of which folks around here have mentioned, but also, Department of Health, the Department of Behavioral Health, DC Medicaid, homeless services, and violence interruption programs. And I yield the rest of my time to other residents to speak more about this.
Thank you, Ms. Stoliar. Mr. Najum, if I pronounced that correctly?
You did, thank you.
I'm Jason Najum, a homeowner and resident of the Eckington neighborhood of Ward 5 and previously a resident of Ward 1. I'm also the managing director of Cinetic Theater, the flagship arts organization of South Arlington with an annual audience of 25,000. Today, I'm testifying in support of defunding the Metropolitan Police Department and reallocating those funds to more effective ways to ensure public safety and well-being. You've heard much compelling testimony from fellow DC citizens of color about the criticality of defunding the MPD. I'm white, cisgender male, upper class, a US citizen, and gay. Except for the last identity, I'm about as privileged as a human can be in today's society, and still, I don't feel safe in my neighborhood. My neck doesn't tense up when someone I don't know walks by my front lawn as I lay with my dog, or when I see a group of kids getting rowdy playing ball across the street. It's when I notice the car ahead of me is a police car. That is when I find my body tensing up and I want to walk in the other direction. The reason for that is that I don't find that the vast majority of the police to be approachable, empathetic, or adaptable. I don't feel comfortable asking them for help. And then when I observe how they treat my neighbors of color or folks who don't have the other privileges that I have, their lack of tact and incapacity for de-escalation is astounding. It's not that someone with handcuffs and a gun is never helpful to ensure public safety and well-being. It's that they are rarely what's needed to solve society's problems and enforce the law. Instead, we need to address conflict and societal distress at their sources with more progressive laws and the right people providing the right interventions for each set of circumstances: social workers, mental health counselors, education reform, housing investment, and a commitment to dismantling systemic racism in our laws and customs. Those are the ways to ensure public safety and well-being. I urge you to not increase the MPT's budget and instead take the first step in reallocating a meaningful percentage of its current budget to more productive interventions and proactive care. Start the process this year and in this moment to defund the police and invest in Black and brown neighborhoods and other essential services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najum. Ms. Didden? Carly Didden?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for allowing me to testify this afternoon as the city recovers during these challenging times. My name is Carly Didden and I am the Government Affairs Manager for Crown Castle here in the district. As the nation's largest provider of shared wireless infrastructure, we have a long track record of working with the public and municipalities to deploy wireless infrastructure. We deploy co-located or hotel small cell facilities in addition to rooftop antennas and fiber optic cables. Our customers include public and private businesses, government entities, healthcare facilities, and educational institutions. Our infrastructure helps facilitate working from home, online learning, virtual healthcare, and countless other online and virtual services that are needed now more than ever during the current pandemic. We work closely with city officials and other stakeholders to deploy fiber optic cables and other telecommunications infrastructure to support city residents, visitors, and businesses. Crown Castle is part of the DC community. Most recently, we partnered with Urban Ed, providing funding for online IT skills training that will upskill adults, in particular from wards 5, 7, and 8. We also contributed to the DC Education Equity Fund and announced a multi-million-dollar contribution to the United Negro College Fund. The city is a leader and an excellent example of how to attract and maintain talented workers. It is important to support businesses in order to survive the current economic environment. We also implore the council to protect business incentives that make DC a competitive city by improving the operating environment for businesses and supporting workers. We look forward to continuing working with stakeholders in the district, and we appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Didden. Rahina Mohammed? I apologize if I mispronounced the name.
That's all right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rahana Mohammed, and I'm the chair of the DC Center's Board of Directors. I'm testifying today to highlight some key unfunded budget requests put forward by the DC LGBTQ Coalition. These have been sent to you and Mayor Bowser, but I've also attached them to my written testimony, which I'll be submitting this afternoon. In addition to current funding, we are requesting an additional $8 million in FY21 dedicated to supporting the LGBTQ community. Some of these requests are more funding for the Office of Human Rights to address ongoing anti-LGBTQ bias and the rise in hate crimes, waiving city fees for the Capitol Pride celebration, funding for implementation of the LGBTQ Health Data Collection Amendment Act of 2018, and guaranteed space for an adequate LGBTQ community center. Specifically with regards to the community center, the DC Center and the Capitol Pride Alliance are currently occupying office space within the Reeves building. With the future of that building uncertain, we need to identify a new site for our community. While DC has the highest per capita LGBTQ plus population, DC provides the least amount of funding for LGBTQ plus services and resources in the country. We need additional funding to address the pressing needs of our community. My colleague, Ryan Boss, will speak more about this in his testimony as well, and we call on the council to fully fund these requests. I would also like to voice my support for defunding the Metropolitan Police Department and investing those funds elsewhere. Specifically, we recommend reducing the proposed $18.5 million increase to their budget to zero, reducing the $2.5 million dedicated to putting more police in schools to zero, and reducing the $5 million dedicated to building a new jail to zero. We recommend instead investing these funds in community safety, social services, violence interruption programs, and community support programs. Some of the proposed MPD funding could also be used to fund the request put forward in our LGBTQ Coalition request after fully funding violence prevention programs. I also wanted to mention that I'm a Ward 2 resident, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Muhammad. Brian Boss.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Boss. I am the Executive Director of the Capitol Pride Alliance here in Washington, D.C., and I am a resident of the district as well. Approximately $8 million have been requested by LGBTQ plus organizations to support residents of Washington, D.C., of one of the most marginalized communities. Specifically supporting LGBTQ plus youth, seniors, and people of color. None of these proposals have been funded currently by the proposed budget. As a community already marginalized, we have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. And we are advocating for programs that support addressing the ongoing anti-LGBTQ bias and raising hate crimes, waiving city fees, for the LGBT community to produce events that generate an estimated over $50 million in tax revenue for the District of Columbia. Funding, fully implementing the LGBTQ Health Data Collection Amendment of 2018, and supporting services and programs for transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming youth in the areas of employment and job skills, and much more. Rahana already mentioned the importance of having an adequate LGBTQ plus community center. And with adequate space and funding, our LGBTQ service organizations can serve our community better for providing more services that benefit residents in all 8 wards of Washington, D.C. It's important to note that, as I indicated, our community pays over nearly $400,000 annually to produce an event free for the residents of Washington, D.C., an event that generates an approximately $50 million in tax revenue for the District of Columbia. We are one of the few remaining free Pride festivals in the country, and one of the free events of its kind still in the District of Columbia. In addition, the Capitol Pride Alliance and many other LGBTQ organizations support Defund MPD in favor of investing funds in community-based preventative programs and services, such as those our LGBTQ Coalition have proposed, and many others have testified about here today.
Thank you, Mr. Boss. Maka Wu, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hello, my name is Maka Wu. I'm a Ward 1 resident speaking to the MPD budget. Black Lives Matter, to fund the MPD and invest that money in education, violence prevention, and other programs addressing the root cause of violence. I'm a data scientist who has worked with publicly available data on MPD Terry stops, more commonly known as stop and frisks. This data indicates that more than 70% of those stopped by MPD since 2010 are Black, despite African Americans making up 46% of the district's population, and in particular, young Black men and boys have been stopped at wildly disproportionate rates. When numbers like this are released, we always hear the same excuse. Well, it may be tempting to conclude that there is racial bias in Terry stops. We can't rule out that police make stops based on criminality and certain groups just commit more crime. We simply need to collect more data. This excuse falls flat here. First, at the point where the vast majority of police stops target a single racial minority, the burden of proof is on MPD to demonstrate that racial bias is not informing their decisions. The general public should not be expected to perform complex statistical analysis to prove what is readily apparent. Second, several years worth of data is already available. We can draw conclusions now. Furthermore, the only reason more data isn't available is that MPD willfully chose to flout the NEAR Act and not spend the money allocated specifically by the council for this purpose in 2016. In 2019, Newsom testified to the Judiciary Committee that MPD was, quote, guilty of violating this law. They only stopped being guilty because of litigation brought jointly by Black Lives Matter DC, Stop Police Terror Project, and the DC ACLU. Third, we can analyze the claims surrounding criminality. Mathematically, both the number of stops and the number of crimes within a geographic area follow a Poisson distribution. By using publicly available population and crime incident data, a Poisson regression can predict how many stops would occur in a given neighborhood if police only made stops based on criminality and racial bias was not a factor. This method was used by Gelman, Fagan, and Kiss to study racial bias in NYPD stop and frisks. Gelman and al. published their results in the Journal of Gelman and al. published their results in the Journal of the American Statistical Association in 2007. Doing so reveals that, on average, police stop Black and Latino residents at 4 times the rate we would expect if racial bias was not a factor. MPD stops Black and Latino residents disproportionately in all 39 neighborhoods in the district. MPD's stop and frisk practices are racially biased, and they willfully violated the NEAR Act for 3 years to hide it. Defund them now.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Ms. Sawyer.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Sawyer. I'm a Ward 2 resident, and I demand you defund MPD, abolish the police, and fund excluded workers. I'll be passing my testimony over to Rosa Maria Hinojosa and her daughter, Sophia.
Hi, my name is Rosa Maria Hinojosa, and she is my daughter. Help us with the
I'll help her
translator.
translate the stuff. Sadly, because of the virus, I can't go out because I'm at risk of getting the COVID-19 and in the disabled wheelchair. My husband works at a restaurant, and the first day things started shutting down for COVID, he was let go. I needed to work a lot for money, rent, etc. She needed to continue sending money to her 2 children in Mexico. I have 3 children, 2 in Mexico. Son was at the university, just graduated from molecular biology. My older daughter is studying in psychology for children in an orphanage. I don't have another way to live or survive. I have looked everywhere for a job. I've been studying and learning English so I could get a job. The thing that helped me a lot, kept going forward, was community, mental aid efforts, the food that they brought in, and the money they gave us. People donated Visa cards and stuff like that to help us keep going. It saved my life and my family's life. Because with that, we could pay rent, food, and necessary things. For this reason, I kindly asked for a license for me and my coworkers so we could sell in the street, and the police so they don't put us tickets or kick us out from where we are. Can you please give us funds to donate to people that really need it? Before all of this, I started selling at the street. We had a lot of problems because the police would always walk by whenever we were selling. They would ticket us, or they would even though we were just coming out, they would tell us to leave. To me, they were never mean or rude, but I did see that they were rude to my friends that were selling too. To me, they were asking me, could you please move or not sell here? But to my friends, they would either give them tickets or in a really rude way tell them to leave. They would be like, you guys already know you're not supposed to sell here, leave. You can't hurt or harass or be rude to them. There's no justice. They can do whatever they want and aren't considered criminals. Sadly, you can't really judge all of us criminals when the police are also harming people and don't get in trouble. We keep us safe, not financial support during COVID and the city, but getting from community. The police don't keep us safe, but our communities keep us safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Robin Swirl.
Yes, hi. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Good afternoon.
My name is Robin Swirling. I am a Ward 6 resident, and I'm here to demand the council invest in the services that our communities actually need and reject the proposed increase for MPD and any funding for police in schools and for a new jail. As a former volunteer with a domestic violence nonprofit in the district, I've gone on ride-alongs with MPD to provide services to survivors. Here's an abbreviated list of things I've witnessed. Driving through public housing areas for the stated purpose of harassing and intimidating residents. Mocking, groping, filming, and injuring people who were in the midst of mental health crises and denying medical care. Adding completely false, resisting arrest and assaulting an officer charges when nothing of the sort occurred. Absurdly overstated charges were common, including in one case where they arrested a domestic violence survivor for assault with a deadly weapon for spraying deodorant at her ex. Sexually harassing fellow cops, women who called them for help, and me. Using racist, homophobic, and transphobic slurs to refer to residents of the district whom these officers allegedly protect. Denying help to domestic violence survivors who police believed were engaged in sex work. And excessive force, including pepper spraying a handcuffed woman in front of her 4-year-old child and then refusing any treatment. At no point in these ride-alongs did I ever see police provide any actual assistance at DV calls. Maybe that's because at least 40% of police officers' families experience domestic violence. Or maybe because Peter Newsham, our police chief, is a domestic abuser himself. MPD officers did not prevent harm. They often did not document injuries. They routinely refused to pursue arrests even when the location of the assailant was known. They admitted to not reporting incidents to the nonprofit that I worked with, despite department policy requiring them to do so. Most of what I have witnessed police doing on ride-alongs is just harassing Black residents simply for being outside. Is this what our city needs a police force for? Newsham notes that we've had 20 years of reforms and training already. Does it look like that's working? It isn't working because this is not a system that can be reformed. Policing is designed specifically to terrorize and inflict violence, in particular on Black and brown people, and it is working exactly as planned. This is the council's opportunity to truly reflect the values and priorities of this city in its budget. Defund and eventually abolish MPD and invest those dollars in services that actually help our communities and neighbors, including domestic violence prevention and intervention, retrained social workers, and non-carceral mental health care services. Mayor Bowser, and indeed many members of the council, say that Black lives matter in this city. Pass a budget that shows you actually mean it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swirling. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I have just one question. It's for Ms. McQuena. You were very critical of the hearing the other day. In your statement, you said you were infuriated, to put it lightly, that the committee felt that the Monday sham hearing was adequate to listening to DC residents. Over 15,000 people want to tell you how they feel. What would you recommend?
So I would recommend actually, instead of creating arbitrary timelines, by actually working to address the actual amount of people. So instead of saying, oh, 6 hours, which actually ended up ending at 5:15 instead of 6 o'clock, which, you know, is really abhorrent. Like, you could have actually had heats of people going throughout weeks until you heard everyone. Like, we're talking about our lives. We're talking about life and death. We're talking about securing students' futures. This isn't something that you spend 4 2.5 hours discussing, 5 hours discussing. It's time for y'all to actually listen to us and realize that we are sick and tired of watching our neighbors be killed. We're tired of watching and experiencing police violence within our own neighborhoods. I'm tired of fearing that I'm gonna get hit by an MPD officer. I'm tired of being groped by police officers in this department. And that is what we're asking for. Again, if you're actually serious about saying that Black Lives Matter, then you should actually be listening to Black residents and centering our voices instead of having panels of witnesses that are just like one Black person here and there. You know what our demands are. You can listen to us instead of just, you know, saying, oh, we're gonna have like, you know, 50 people, 80 people testify. I have no proof that y'all are gonna read and watch all of the other testimonies that people submitted. The only way I can that can be guaranteed is if that's happening publicly. I've been at hearings. The decrim hearing went till however long you know, we couldn't do that over Zoom. In fact, it's even more accessible to do that over Zoom than in person. So, I mean, I don't know. You can hire me like if I'm going to do your job, like, I don't know. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm doing your job right now.
Thank you. Is Councilmember Silverman still with us? In case she has any questions. I don't see her. All right, I'm going to thank each of you for your testimony. You'll be exited from the witness room. You can still watch and listen from the attendee room. And I'm going to call the next 10 witnesses. Again, thank you for your testimony. Brenna Turnbull, Alfred Liu, who's president of AEPA Architects and Engineers, Morgan Monroe, Spencer Gopal, Mehdi Sisay, who is membership chair of BYP 100 DC, Jared Walzak, Director of State Policy, Tax Foundation, Nancy Schaffer, DC Event Coalition, Eric Bunn, National Secretary Treasurer, American Federation of Government Employees, Luke Brahmi, who's principal with Gelberg Signs, and Kristen Clardy, who's listed as a public witness. I'm going to pause for a second and check with staff whether everybody's in. Thank you all for your patience. There were several people I called who were apparently not in the, I'm going to call it the waiting room. If anybody is, you all can get the witness list. Again, shermanmendelsohn.com/FY2021. If there's anybody who is having problems getting in, contact staff. It would be the email that you had received previously. That would be the email address so that we can let you in. I'm going to begin with, I also want to remind you, please be in gallery view so you can see the timer. There were a few people who were pressing the time, but please try to keep your testimony to 2 minutes. Brenna Turnbull. Is Brenna Turnbull here? Alfred Liu. You're muted. Now you're unmuted. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Please be.
You want to testify?
Only if you want to.
Okay. I have two issues today. One is to the destruction of Chinatown,
Yeah, I come to Washington, D.C. in 1971. Actually, I tried to save Chinatown, 1973 to 70. So we created the comprehensive plan with a comprehensive plan. I was the man Barry's comprehensive plan, you know, the urban planning senior advisor. There's a public law 5-76 to protect the hence Chinatown is the only ethnic community, and that should be protected and culture-wise, and also to protect the minority of the minority. They don't speak much, you know, because they are very silent minority. You know, the brown and black people, they speak loud, but the Chinese, and they speak less. So the trouble is this, because that in 1970, 1980, 1990 beginning, we do very well with Save Chinatown. We have a lot of Chinese cultural elements being installed in Chinatown. And say, for example, the Four Seasons, the takeover, they have 4 Chinese gardens, very authentic garden from Chinese culture. This 1 year by year be demolished. That was the comprehensive plan required by the DCRA to enforce to keep the gardens alive. Right now, they all almost gone. And all those things is now the help Chinatown. Actually, Chinatown, also the architect designed archway in Chinatown. We actually generated so much income from the China and the Southeast Asia people come to Washington, D.C., pay the tourism tax, everything in D.C. Columbia. But you can look at it, all of the lamps in Chinatown. It's already 35 years or 40 years and not painted, all deteriorating, and no budget for the DOT to refurbish the Chinatown. It looks very ugly looking. All of the people from Asian country to say, how come District Columbia, they don't maintain the streetscape? And those are things we worry about. And also the DC government and special office planning as well, and officials, and working with developers, demolish Chinatown. You know, the Chinatown has the highest tax in entire District Columbia. And also the parking lot, because parking is $8.50, you know, and also the sales tax for Chinese restaurant. I can tell you, they can eat 3 or 4 dishes in Montgomery County or Arlington. So that's the most Chinese company restaurant move out of District Columbia. So this is actually not only not help Chinatown, maintain Chinatown, actually the DC government try to destroy Chinatown, working with developer, keep Chinese out of District Columbia. And say, for example, you know, Gary Place, you know, District Columbia gave the developer $150 million for industrial development bond, but there's no single Chinese restaurant in there. It's government's money. So we feel funny. How come the comprehensive plan says we protect and enhance Chinatown, but there's no actions, and actually help kick Chinese people out of District Columbia? So I think the District Columbia Special City Council can create the same kind of tax incentive like a high-tech zone, you know, to reduce tax for the Chinese business and the residents. You know, even talk about public housing, talk about education, everything. The Chinese never get a penny because the minority of minorities, nobody speak for them. You know, that's what we're. And then the second one we talk about is the DCRA.
Mr. Liu, you're 2 minutes over your time. I need you to wrap up.
Okay, I just said the DCRA, they actually mixed up the sequence of the application. Actually overfunded, so a lot of people down there, they don't have qualification to be the reviewer. And then they mixed up sequence. They actually completely mixed up the building permit process. Before we can walk.
Mr. Liu, I don't feel like
just one more sentence to finish, okay? And then right now it can take 1.5 years before we even get a small addition. So those things that we need a city council to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Monroe?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Morgan Monroe. Rowe, and I'm a homeowner in Ward 6 in Southeast DC. I'm here to oppose the additional $2 million for the Department of Correction, oppose an additional $5 million in the budget for a new jail, and call for a significant reduction to the Department of Corrections budget, along with a divestment from MPD. First, I will say that I believe the population of the DC jail should immediately be reduced by at least 64%, as only 36% of those housed are even classified as violent or dangerous offensive. Over 80% of the inmates in the DC jails are Black, and the cost of housing a prisoner in DC is over $200 per day. The median length of stay for a man is around 20 days and 12 days for a woman. This equates to us spending on average around $4,300 per man and $2,600 per woman just to house them in DC. This is a reactionary and superfluous use of our taxpayer dollars, and the DC Council has enabled the prison industrial complex in our city to attempt to cover the DC government's complacency with regard to social services. There's a correlation between homelessness and incarceration in our city, with 3 out of 5 individuals experiencing homelessness also reporting being previously incarcerated. We need a serious reallocation of funds away from Department of Corrections and away from MPD to permanent and temporary supportive housing. Do not give Department of Corrections $9 million for overtime pay while decreasing inmate services and well-being funds in the budget for 2021. Do not give them an additional $2 million for additional corrections officers while we are reducing the Criminal Code Reform Commission's funding by almost 50%. The council should divert money from that the MPD is requesting for new vehicles, $45 million at the minimum, to the Homeward DC program and temporary and permanent housing that will fix the homelessness and housing instability issue in the district. We should be proactive with our taxpayer funds instead of being reactionary and reductive in our thinking. I also caution the council and Councilmember Mendelson in particular against believing that the requests for police-free schools and other requests to defund the MPD by activists and other residents are hyperbole in saying that words matter. Our words do matter, and we say exactly what we mean. You need to divest in MPD and reinvest in our communities immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Spencer Gopal. You are muted at the moment.
Hello?
I can hear you, and I can
You hear me now?
Yes.
All right, first.
Good afternoon.
1 second. So there was an issue. I gave up my spot to Chioma Iwoha, but she was having an issue on getting on. So I'm going to submit her testimony. Hopefully don't start the clock yet. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and the clock has started.
All right. All right, so her name is Chioma Iwoha. She's a Ward 7 resident. She's an at-large committee woman for DC Democratic Party, fundraiser for DCYD, and of the Ward 7 Dems Executive Committee. She's a mother of a 7-year-old and a Ward 7 resident. She's here as a capacity as the Director of Development at the Capital Partners for Education, a nonprofit that manages low-income children and high school students in the district. She's asking the council to invest $1 million in low-income high school students in the academic middle because there are little resources for the community-based programs that support low-income first-generation high schools and college students. She's a Posse scholar. She believes the DC government has a unique opportunity to support students in the academic middle because it's in alignment with OSSE's goals to enroll 1,100 additional students into college by 2023. But with CPE's program model, we can't take it one step further with college completion. There are barriers at the DOS and OSSE. And currently at OSSE, there are no currently published grant opportunities to match CPE's mission. That is her request. She's in the education world, so that is she's very involved within the district, and unfortunately she's not here to speak for herself. On my behalf, I would like to speak very quickly on two things. In January, Councilmember McDuffie said this on disparity study. The findings of these reports are troubling. I'm disheartened, not by what just data revealed, but that the study cannot be completed due to lack of data and resources. I am asking for $1.5 million over the next 3 years so that the DSLBD may have enough revenue to contract a firm to conduct a disparity study in the district. And lastly, before my time is done, African Americans are the largest population in the District of Columbia. There are 10 offices within the Office of Community Affairs. The Office of African American Affairs is 7th out of 10 in proposed budget for next year. We asked an increase of $100,000 for the office and another increase of $150,000 in order to administer grants. And I yield my time. Thank you. I will submit all this to written.
That would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Gopal. Mehdi Sisse.
Good morning. It's actually Mektis Sisai, not
My
Mekti,
apologies.
but I'll just go ahead. Good morning. My name is Mektis Sisai. I'm a member of BYP 100. In recent days, there has been newfound attention on the countless deaths of Black people all around the nation due to police violence. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and Nina Pop are only a handful of the names that we know of. Not only nationally, but police violence occurs in DC as well. Marquise Alston, Miriam Carey, Jeffrey Price, Terrence Sterling, Daquan Young were all killed by DC police. It is imperative that you abolish and defund MPD now in order to defend Black lives. We know that police do not and have never kept Black communities safe, and that prisons and jails only serve to cage Black people who are marginalized through poverty and who have disabilities. Nationwide, folks are calling for the defunding and the dismantling of police departments and investment in community initiatives for public safety and health. However, right now, the DC Council is planning on placing $18.5 million into MPD and $5 million into a new jail. Continuing to fund MPD will lead to more deaths of Black people, and I don't want to see my people dying at the hands of police. There are numerous ways to support the health and safety of Black communities instead of criminalizing, incarcerating through increased funding to police and prisons. Instead of putting valuable resources into institutions that harm and abuse Black people, the DC Council should instead place funding into mental health services, community violence interrupters, housing, schools, and hospitals that serve Black residents in DC. To continue to fund MPD and to build a new jail is to say that Black lives are disposable and to ignore the longtime police brutality and issues that face Black residents in DC today. Therefore, I am demanding that the DC Council start defunding MPD through rejecting the proposed $18.5 million increase and redirecting funds to community-led resources. I'm also demanding that the Council remove police officers from DC schools through ending the $23 million contract for police. MPD continues to cause harm regardless of any police reform measures that have been suggested over the years. Police reform cannot put an end to police brutality when the problem is that policing is inherently racist. There can be no accountability in a system that is rooted in slavery and was designed to brutalize Black people and continues to do so. Funding police has not shown to lead to any reduction in crime rates in DC. Instead, it has led to more police violence against Black DC residents. Black DC residents deserve better than reforms that don't work, over police neighborhoods, and the threat of violence on a regular basis. It is the duty of the Council to provide Black DC residents with resources such as housing, healthcare, and well-funded schools to thrive and be safe instead of funding racist police. The Council must choose to keep Black communities safe through defunding MPD now.
Thank you, Ms. Sisse. Mr. Walczak. Is Mr. Walczak on? Nancy Schaefer? Is she on? Eric Bunn?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Eric Bunn Sr., and I'm the National Secretary Treasurer of the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE. The union that proudly represents more than 5,000 dedicated men and women working in DC government. I submitted my written testimony. However, to adhere to the time frame, I will summarize my testimony. During the last round of compensation negotiations for Comp 1 and 2, I served in capacity as the co-chief negotiator under my former role as National Vice President for AFG District 14. As representative of these employees, we believe it is critical that you're aware of our concerns on the proposed FY21 budget and associated legislation. As employees of the district, our members have faithfully performed their duties during the COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring that residents of the District of Columbia continue to receive high-quality services. The effect of the coronavirus pandemic has especially difficult for those essential workers who risk their health and their families by continuing to go to work. These dedicated workers learned with dismay on May 18th that the mayor proposed to freeze their pay of the district employees in FY21, thereby canceling the 3.5 pay raise that was due to the beginning of the fiscal year in October 2020. Chairman Mendelson and the committee as a whole, the unions clearly understand the financial impact that COVID-19 has created on DC. Our concerns are the approach the mayor took to address this issue without meaningful conversation with the unions prior to submitting a salary freeze proposal to the city council. It's not the first time a mayor proposed legislation during the COVID-19 period which had a negative impact on unionized workforce. I want to thank the council, especially Councilmember Silverman, for addressing our concerns. It appears the mayor is attempting to balance the budget on the backs of frontline workers who risk their lives each and every day for the district. A little history. Comp 1 and 2 during our last negotiation gave up a salary increase for the first year of a 4-year contract. We agreed to a large increase in the last year. In 2010 through 2020, during the financial crisis, Comp 1 and 2 negotiated no wage increase. The city sat down with us and we all shared the pain. The 4-year financial plan is for the council to adopt legislation to freeze all pay raises for the next 4 years, 3 years which we have even negotiated. The district residents need to know that their government will carefully manage their tax dollars and get maximum value for the dollar spent. The district employees need to know the mayor's office appreciates her employees and will not legislate away our collective bargaining. To arbitrarily decide to freeze pay in the future does not adhere to the district's commitment nor legal obligation to bargain collectively with representatives of its employees. Salary increases for FY22 through 24 should be negotiated in accordance with the CMPA. We ask you to reject the proposed in FY21 budget and the budget legislation that would deny the negotiated pay increase and freeze pay for the next 4 years. These proposals are detrimental to the morale of hardworking employees of the government and show total disregard for the dedication of union employees during the pandemic. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bunn. Luke Brahmi, I believe he's not here.
No, I am here.
Excellent. Why don't you begin?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members, and any staff that's listening on today. I'm Luke Brahmi, principal of Gelberg Signs. Gelberg Signs has been in operation in DC since 1941. In fact, we're celebrating our 80th year in DC. Gelberg Signs has been certified as an essential business during the COVID-19 pandemic and has been operating in full force. Our sales the past 3 months are down in excess of 50%. But with the assistance of the PPP Federal Assistance Program, we have not laid off one employee. In fact, we made one new DC resident hire. We also applied for the DC $25,000 assistance program and did receive $5,000 in aid. Thank you very, very much. Most of you know that Gelberg Signs is a consistent supporter of business and local community programs throughout the many, many years. Gelberg Signs has developed a free sign program for DC businesses that are currently open. We have given away over 1,000 signs. We're also donating 5,000 signs to the Black Fathers Matter campaign that begins Father's Day. You'll be seeing signs all around the city this weekend. Well, surviving the next 6 months will be a challenge. Here's what we need: a continuation of the sales tax abatement and pardon of any back sales taxes, another round of grant assistance, waiving of possible fees. For example, why are we still paying a ballpark fee? It's not even open. You would think by now they're making that we shouldn't be paying this. Fourth is no new taxes and fees, please. The most recent round, to include a Flaming Leave Act, is costing us in excess of $100,000 this fiscal year. We are at a great disadvantage with our bordering neighbors who pay none of these fees, yet compete on the same projects. Since I have the attention of the entire council, I must leave you with an update of the CBE program, which is very relevant to the budget. We currently have great legislation in regards to the CBE program. Thanks to the efforts of Christy Whitfield and her team, things are getting better, but nowhere near the maximization. For example, just in the past 45 days, we lost two CBE mandated jobs valued in excess of $1 million. Why did we lose it? Because the person making the decision had their own source outside of DC. In both cases, we were the best suited for the job and our price was in line or even cheaper. We know that for every job we secure, we pay back 13% directly to the DC coffers in taxes and fees. So in this case, the city missed out on getting $130,000. If you consider the multiplier effect of money, the city missed out on $1.9 million taxable dollars. So just think the payback to the city coffers if the CBE program was enforced and maxed out. I'm talking millions and millions of new revenues, and without levying any taxes. The answer to the budget need is right in front of you, Mr. Mendelson. Just enforce the existing legislation, and I attached, hopefully you got it, the multiplier effect, the Black Fathers Matter, and our free COVID program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brahmi. I don't believe I have your statement, so maybe you could resend it.
I sent it for things. I will send it right now.
Thank you. Kristen Clardy.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Clardy. I live in Trinidad in Ward 5. I am a former criminal defense attorney, and I'm a fourth-year DCPS math teacher. I've taught at both Anacostia and Ron Brown high schools. And if we consider our city budget to be our moral document, then by increasing police funding at the same time as cutting funding for social services, this mayor's proposal shows us that DC cares more about its police than it cares about the health and well-being of its residents. I'm specifically asking the council to remove MPD from schools and eliminate the MPD budget increase, and instead shift this funding to restorative justice, violence interrupters, and the Safe Passage program. I have lost students to gun violence. I've had students shot at on the way to school. I've watched students led away from school in handcuffs. Last fall, I watched from my classroom window as a drive-by shooter fired live rounds at the side of my building. And even after these experiences, I can tell you that more police is not the answer. Teachers and students need violence to be de-escalated, and we need the root causes to be treated. We need social workers, mental health professionals, violence interrupters. We don't need more police. A police presence in schools tells students we expect them to face arrest and incarceration. Counselors show that we expect students to work through troubling situations and persevere. I've heard my students advocate for more resources in their schools, for better healthcare, food, and housing services, and the Safe Passage program. I've never heard them advocate for more police. The proposed budget cuts funding for programs that provide necessary human services, even as we expect to see increased reliance on them as a result of COVID. Chairperson Mendelson, yesterday you criticized the slogan "Defund the Police" by stating that words matter, even from activists, and I appreciate your concern, but by listening to those most at risk of state violence, I've realized that defund means shifting our mindset from assuming police are necessary in most emergency situations to assuming that they are not. I hope you and the council can hear beyond the slogans that those most at risk of police violence want an increase in the services that lead to true public safety, not more police. We've tried a police-first model of public safety. Imagine if we move to a model of people first.
Thank you, Ms. Clardy. Ms. Clardy, were you watching the hearing yesterday?
Yes, sir, I was.
Because I don't remember that I was criticizing. What I remember was that there was a witness or two who were speaking very strongly, and I asked them if what they were saying was what they literally meant. And I believe my response was that words matter, so choose your words carefully. That I would not say that's a criticism. I think it's pretty clear what you're saying, that you think that there should not be police in schools. And you seem to mean that. So your words matter. And I don't read into that a criticism. Several of you, and Ms. Clardy, I think you were one, I don't have copies of your statement, and it would be helpful
Yes, sir.
to have that. And I didn't.
Well, I'll submit a written statement with citations for all figures cited.
I'm not sure who said that.
Sorry, this is Morgan Monroe.
Okay, I did have a question for you. I wanted to explore just for a moment. I think you're the only witness who has said specifically or explicitly reduce the jail population, and you said by 60%. I think you got the 60% saying only 40% or some number near that is violent offenders.
So yes, what's your question?
Well, you answered the first part of it. Well, but it's been years since I've looked at the statistics regarding the jail, but there's nobody in jail who hasn't been ordered to be there by a court.
That's not what I said though. What I said was to reduce the amount of people who were in jail immediately. I did not say that it was not court ordered. I said it was because they are in jail for non-violent or non-dangerous offenses based on the statistics from the Department of Corrections themselves. Because
let me challenge you.
Does not mean that you belong in jail or that it's the best use of our taxpayer dollars to have house those people in jail.
Let me challenge you on that. As I recall, a person can only be in jail if ordered by court. And a court can only order somebody pre-trial to be held if the court determines that that person is a danger to the community or a risk of flight.
Are you asking if the prison industrial complex in and of itself should be re-examined? Because my answer is yes.
Well, I wasn't asking that. Maybe what I'm asking is, do you think that the courts are not adhering to that standard, a danger to the community or a risk of flight?
Then yes, I would say that, because if you are going to jail, that we have a very high incarceration rate in DC and in America as a whole. There are lots of statistics about how we could better use funds instead of housing those folks.
But wait a minute, I'm not talking about the incarceration rate overall, which includes prisons. I'm not talking about that at all. When a person is arrested, and maybe you know this, I think, because you said you've done defense work. When a person is
that was Miss Clardy, but yes, I am a lawyer as well.
When a person is arrested in the district, unlike most jurisdictions in the country, there is no monetary bail.
Understood.
It is held only if
$50 fee, but yes, understood.
The court determines that the person is a danger to the community or a risk of flight. And that's an adjudicatory process where there is a defense attorney, because indigent defendants are entitled to representation. And the court is persuaded that they are a danger to the community or a risk of flight. So what standard would you have?
Well, when we say danger to community or risk of flight, those are very subjective terms that can mean a lot of very subjective things. If we are then going to look at who is actually arrested and why, we could do a deeper analysis as to when we apply the standard of danger or risk of flight, and then we end up with 80% Black inmates, we can do a more thorough analysis of that as well. If you would point to the ACLU of DC and advancement projects, we can look at how that standard is being applied in racism the system across DC.
Ms. Monroe, I think you're being a little simplistic there. When a person is arrested, that doesn't mean they go to jail. If I remember correctly, roughly 20% are no paper. So for those arrests where we would agree that the person shouldn't have been arrested, or for a minor, like a...
Chairman Mendelson, if someone is a flight risk, then let's say someone has been arrested for a narcotics charge. and they are deemed a flight risk because they do not have a stable address in the district, right?
I don't think that holds.
And be held. I think that that is a waste of our taxpayer dollars if we are going to, say, oh, this person had a drug charge and they should go to jail, and then they get held for X amount of time. We should not be spending money to do that, because we need to get to the root problem of, is this the substance abuse problem? Is this a mental health issue? Instead of throwing our money into keeping them in a cage.
I would agree. And when I had jurisdiction over Judiciary Committee, my recollection was that virtually everyone who was arrested for a drug offense, simply possession, is not held.
Okay. I'm saying that based on the Department of Corrections statistics that the department puts out, a small portion of the people who are held, or the inmates that are held, only 36% are for violent or dangerous offenses. And that is from the publication that the DC Department of Corrections facts and figures that they put out. So if that's what I'm saying, based on the facts that were given to me.
Let me turn to my colleague. Councilmember Silverman, do you have any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. It is, this is, I think, I don't want to interrupt this discussion. It's a good one. My questions are actually in a different topic. I know Mr. Bunn has testified on this round, and we've received a lot of emails, Mr. Bunn, from district government employees in the last 24 hours about the pay freeze. So I have asked about this, as I think you know, when the budget was first rolled out of the city administrator, as well as in another forum. I can't quite remember which one. And the administration's answer was that it's a shared burden, that, you know, we are in difficult budget times. And if we didn't do this, we'd have to cut $50 million next year from somewhere else. So my question to you, Mr. Bunn, is what would be do you disagree with the administration that there shouldn't be a shared burden? And this is actually usually a Chairman Mendelson question, but if we weren't going to do the pay freeze, where would we take the money from?
Well, Councilmember Silverman, I hope each and every one of those council members receive a large emails and texts regarding opposition to this pay freeze. You know, I've been listening to this testimony from several individuals, and to say exactly where to get the money from, I don't know. Okay, I'm hearing defunding the police department, money being shifted, money from the LGBTQ community. I mean, it's all kinds of sources. Our real issue is that the way the mayor went about addressing this to the council was not even in a real conversation with the unions. As I stated in my testimony, in 2010, through the financial crisis we had in 8, 9, and 10, we sat down and we worked through that. We shared that pain, okay? All right? Our problem is that you don't legislate it, let us negotiate, all right? You may come out to the same thing we're at right now. I don't know, okay? But to clearly stop that, us having the ability to negotiate, and there's several other issues within our compensation agreement that we need to address, okay? But clearly having the council to legislate that there's no pay raises for the next 4 years, taking away 3.5% that we waited for, because we didn't get our pay raise in the first year of this contract, okay? And as I said, we understand that there's a financial problem. But let's sit down, we get some numbers and stuff thrown across. The numbers they're giving us is not the same thing we get from the city council's office. So the numbers we can challenge, okay, all right? But let's sit down and work through this. Don't legislate something that stop us from having the ability for our collective bargaining rights.
As the administration, so I have to say I agree with you. If I remember the answer from the city administrator correctly, he said that, you know, he alerted the unions, but there wasn't a discussion. And I get from your statement that that is, the process is you know, certainly no one wants their pay to be frozen, but it's also the process in which you have objections to. And I believe Governor Cuomo in New York sat down with the unions, public employee unions in the state of New York, and there was a negotiation, and they did have, I think there is a pay freeze, but it was after discussions and input from the unions. I'm not sure if I have any more of a question. Well, let me ask you this, since the budget has been rolled out and you've expressed your objections, has there been any further outreach from the administration regarding the pay freeze?
Initially, I'd say 10 hours before the press conference, several of us leaders received a call from the city administrator letting know what the mayor was planning to do.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly that's, you know, I appreciate that conversation. However, that's not the appropriate way to address it. There was another meeting with the leadership that went through a whole bunch of slides of trying to say what the situation is. However, it hasn't been a negotiation session, okay? We didn't take that. It was more of an informational session, okay? All right. And as I advocated to the city administrator, you know, AFG is actively pursuing Congress on trying to make sure the city is whole on the money that you've been getting from the federal government. So our whole issue is that let's sit down, just like it did in New York, okay? All right, let's sit down and let's negotiate over this issue. Don't use the legislation that you all will vote on to take away the right from us to be able to negotiate over this issue, okay? We've done it before. We're gonna continue doing it. It's the law. It's what we're supposed to do, not the way it's being proposed. And as I said, this is the second time under COVID-19, the mayor tried to attempt to pass legislation or through the city council that stripes our collective bargaining rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bunn. I mean, I'll just say, as I said before in the budget hearing, that, you know, many of the workers you represent and AFSCME represents are putting their lives on, they're the essential workers, you know, our DPW workers who are putting their health, you can say, at risk to help keep the city healthy and in shape. And I think taking a pay, you know, hearing and finding out you have to take a pay freeze is hard when you feel that you are doing everything you can as a public servant to help our city. So thank you for the conversation. I'm sure my time has probably run out. So we'll continue the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Bunn, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just wanted to add one more comment to the last statement. During the offset of the COVID-19, as City Council is aware, there was a lack of PPEs and protection for our employees, and trying to follow the guidance of CDC that changes every week in reference to distancing, you know, masks, gloves, whatever. I know the city was caught off guard in trying to have those adequate supplies. However, our employees still went to work and provide those services needs, especially in our paramedics, you know, on fire EMS, okay, our police department. We were still there trying to do what we had to do and took that virus home to our families, okay, all right? So that's the dedication of the services that we provide to the residents. And to be slapped in the face with not even a conversation of taking our pay raise away from us is disrespectful to the employees who work for the government.
Mr. Bunn, just let me ask, have there been any members of AFGE who have lost their lives during COVID?
I'm not aware of, as I said, I have 5,000 district government employees. I'm not aware of them losing their lives, but I'm aware of them contracting the virus in DCRA, DPW, and still required to come to work. I mean, just going through DCHR and the administration is trying to apply those rules. It wasn't consistent across the government, okay, even though it was put out there. And as I said, because of the guidance and, you know, as you say, asymmetric, not knowing if you have it or not, you still coming exposed until there was a clear sense of sending everybody home, okay, all right? So that was that transition period when this thing broke out. But numerous of our employees, AFG, AFSCME, the teachers, the SEIU, I mean, yes, they contracted that virus and took it home, came back to work not knowing they had it, okay, all right, and spreaded it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bunn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Thank you, each of you, for taking the time to testify.
Quickly, Chairman Mendelson, quickly. I just want to say that Chioma, who I was speaking for earlier, had mentioned that her organization, that the students who are part of the Capital Partners for Education, the parents and the mentors have all reached out to you for a few times, calls, emails, and you haven't responded back to them. And she wanted me to reiterate that. So we would appreciate if you got into your inbox and into your voicemails and responded to a few of them. And that's it. Thank you.
I'm not sure Mr. Cole.
They were to you directly and to your staff members, and I think to the committee as well. So.
Okay.
So
is it a meeting request that was ignored?
No, just they said multiple times. So just on their issues with the education funding for this year, for this upcoming budget.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll find something if you look in there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
No problem.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Thank you for taking the time. Since we're in the 50s in terms of number of witnesses, that means you all have been waiting for quite a while, and I appreciate your patience as well. If you didn't give us a written statement, please do that. That would be helpful. So you're going to be exited from the witness room, but you can still watch and listen from the attendance room. And this is also being broadcast, so there are other ways that the public can be watching this. So I'm going to recognize the next group of witnesses. Tim Ryan, Michael Livingston, Dion Norals, who's President and CEO with iHealth Innovative Solutions, Kaylee Mulhern, Japer Bowles, who is chair of the ANC Rainbow Caucus, Ben Lenk, Dr. Antoine Kirby, who's managing partner with Kirby Educational Services, Angam Chek, Alexandra Kreger, Betty Pear, who's with the DC Association of Realtors, Andrew Washington, who's Executive Director, AFSCME District Council 20, and Lee Blackman, who is Director of NAGE Federal Division. I believe that's National Association of Government Employees. I'm going to pause for a moment to check with staff. Thank you for your patience. I was just checking with staff. I think there were 4 individuals I called who don't appear to be on. If anybody got dropped or is having problems logging on, they should contact staff. You would be contacting the same email that you got the notice for how to register. With that, let me recognize Tim Ryan. There's a clock. If you're in gallery view, please be in gallery view. There's a clock. I believe it's in the top row. I apologize to anybody. It started with 8 minutes, but you actually only have 2 minutes. So please try to keep your testimony within 2 minutes. Mr. Ryan, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Ryan. I'm a resident of DC Ward 1. My mother has schizophrenia. During my youth, we were impoverished and uninsured, and she went without treatment. When I was 14, my mother had a severe psychotic break. Instead of receiving treatment, she was arrested. She spent a long time in jail, during which time we lost our home. My mother has since experienced periods of homelessness. She has been involuntarily committed on multiple occasions, and she was arrested a second time. During her second arrest, she was sexually assaulted by the officer. People like my mother who have serious mental health problems face severe dangers from the criminal justice system. They are many, many times more likely to be arrested and jailed than people without mental illness. They spend longer in jail than people without mental illness for the same crimes. They often receive no treatment while in jail. They are likely to receive longer sentences when they are prosecuted. They are more likely to be harmed by other inmates when they are behind bars. Perhaps most importantly to me, though, is the fact that people with severe mental illness are 16 times more likely to be killed by law enforcement than people without mental illness. Whenever my mother has a mental health crisis, I am terrified that she will be harmed by law enforcement. At a time when I should be focused on getting her the help that she needs, I am instead trying to navigate which methods of intervention have the least likelihood of getting a police officer involved. People with mental illness are just one of many communities that face severe dangers from the police. At a time when we should be able to simply reach out for help, we're instead faced with a moral dilemma. Calling 911 can get somebody killed. Someone we love. Calling 911 could get my mother killed. And that's not the world I should live in. My family is obviously not the only one that fears calling the police in situations of need. Communities of color and poor communities are regularly terrified that reaching out for help could land a family member, friend, or community member in jail or dead. For this reason, I'm calling on the City Council to use its budgetary power to divert funds from law enforcement to services that actually help people. Funds for community mental health services, funds for genuine conflict resolution that is not punitive but restorative, funds for rent abatement, funds for small businesses to get them through these trying times. We should not be forced to see our tax dollars spent on an occupying force that does more to terrify our communities than actually protect them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Livingston.
My name is Michael Livingston, and I'm a member of the Black Youth Project 100 in Washington, D.C. Budgets are moral documents, and it is immoral to spend more money on an inherently racist and violent institution like police instead of housing, education, healthcare, workforce development, and food security. If you would invest in the community and invest in people instead of police, we could develop new ways to keep the community safe and accountable to one another. One such program already exists, Cure the Streets program, also known as the Violence Interrupters program. These folks live in their community, approach violence as a public health issue, and use conflict resolution and de-escalation to reduce violence. I wish that such a program existed when my family lived on New Jersey Avenue in Ward 6. My mother and sister fought each other in the hallway while I was in my room yelling at them to stop. The police were called, they arrested my sister and charged her with assault. A community-led solution to this assault would be calling the violence interrupters or a crisis intervention specialist. Mediation and de-escalation begins between my mom and sister. I get treated for post-traumatic stress after seeing violence within my own family, and I get to keep my family together. Incarceration took my sister away from me, and she had to deal with all of the barriers formerly incarcerated folks face. In addition, she was carrying the trauma of having lived in a cell with subpar conditions and services. There's already the trauma that comes from inflicting and taking harm, then there's the trauma that comes from incarceration. If we reallocated funding from the MPD budget to pay for crisis intervention specialists, violence interrupters, medical and mental health professionals, and social workers to respond to emergency calls, then my sister never gets arrested in the first place. And yet, I read a story that the Violence Interrupters pilot program is going to be cut. We have empowered the people to do the work in reducing harm and violence in their communities, and we aren't supporting their work. Instead, you think that giving MPD $19 million more during a pandemic is in the name of public safety. How fucked up are your priorities to think that more funding for an institution that harms, abuses, and fails Black communities on a daily basis is any good? How do you justify a budget of $500 million for a failing institution? The police do not, cannot, and will not keep us safe. Stop declaring Black Lives Matter to you when you support the oppression and dehumanization of all of us. Defund the police, abolish the police.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. I believe Deion Norrells is not on, or Kaylee Mulhern. So I'm recognizing Japer Bowles. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, council members Silverman and Chair Mendelson. My name is Jafer Bowles, and today I'm testifying in my capacity as the chairman of the ANC Rainbow Caucus, which consists of 27 LGBTQ plus elected ANC commissioners all across the district. Our mission is to uplift and support local LGBTQ organizations and issues within the district. My request today is that the council support the revised fiscal year 2021 budget request on behalf of LGBTQ organizations. In January, our coalition advised the mayor on important investments for the LGBTQ community for FY 2021 budget. Due to COVID-19, the mayor has had to make sacrifices and tough decisions. However, members of the LGBTQ community have continuously had to make sacrifices and tough decisions. To continue to put their needs on the chopping block will only further put their lives and those friends, family, and allies at risk. Due to the changed circumstances, we have revised our original budget request for the fiscal year 2021 and have continued to advocate for addressing ongoing anti-LGBTQ bias, rising hate crime, to the implementation of the LGBTQ Health Data Collection Amendment Act of 2018, programming to support the transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming youth who are homeless or at risk of homeless, LGBTQ plus senior dedicated housing vouchers, transgender employment, as well as a 24-hour wraparound services and technical trade skills academy, as well as an HIV, STI, harm reduction, and health access network. Like 83% of DC voters who support raising revenue on wealthy residents, we also support the council taking advantage of revenue streams not currently being used or underutilized. This includes defunding the police and making funds towards the priorities of that have been previously listed and other pressing needs. At 9%, DC has the largest percentage of persons openly identifying as LGBTQ in the country. Despite these statistics, hate crimes are still on the rise. Nearly half of all DC businesses prefer a less qualified cisgender applicant over a more qualified transgender applicant. 38% of single youth experiencing homelessness identify as LGBTQ, and the mayor's plan to end HIV AIDS is failing us, with 0 of the 4 2020 goals being met, especially east of the river, especially for our Black and brown LGBTQ men who represent 2 of the 3 diagnosed with HIV in the district as of 2019. We must do better. We will not forget who championed our cause today, tomorrow, and on election day. With solidarity, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bowles. I believe Ben Lenk is not on. Dr. Antoine Kirby.
Yes, hi. Greetings, Chairperson Mendelson and Councilmember Silverman. I'm the managing partner at Kirby Educational Services. In addition, I also chair the Ward 4 Educational Advisory Council under the leadership of Councilmember Brandon Todd. The pandemic has reinforced that early childhood educators are highly skilled essential workers, and we must pay them commensurate with their absolutely critical work which they do. At a minimum, a $10 million enhancement in the fiscal year 2020 budget for childcare subsidies will allow providers to retain staff by moving towards a living wage. DC leaders should also invest $10 million of emergency funds in childcare providers struggling to stay open right now. By investing in early education teachers, we can stabilize the supply of childcare and help our economy rebound. In my role on the Infant Toddler Advisory Group, in collaboration with the UDC Community College Education Program, advocating for the educational needs in Ward 7 and Ward 8, I created a community-based pre-college support and preparation program for early childcare workers. My role there was to ensure that teachers entering into the associate degree program in early childcare education were fully acculturated with the rigors of higher education. As a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition, I am here today testifying for budgetary efforts to institutionalize equal compensation for equal credentialing. I've spoke to quite a few teachers who are currently enrolled in an infant toddler associate degree program who have expressed a desire to leave the field because of more profitable settings upon degree completion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Kirby. Angum Check. You are muted, so if you could unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Angam Chek, and I am a member of Black Youth Project 100, a national organization of Black people 18 to 35 years old, fighting for the liberation of all Black people, including here in the district. I'm here to tell you to defund the police now. We demand to see abolition in our lifetime. I've been listening to the hearings since last week and noticed a lot of council members at least have a basic understanding that something is fundamentally wrong with policing and our community, particularly Black communities, are hurting. Nonetheless, as a council, you are out of touch with the needs of the people you should be serving. We do not need reform, we need abolition, and that starts with defunding MPD now. We've been trying meaningless reforms. In fact, on June 19th at the budget oversight hearing, Chief Newsham said, and I quote, "You have a police department that has reformed to ensure that you don't have what you have in Minneapolis." So what did reform do for Jeffrey Price, for Daquan Young, for Marquise Alston, who were all killed by DC police within weeks of each other in 2018? The police enact violence, and they cannot just the police violence enacted cannot be reduced to just this instance where the world witnessed a vile 8-minute execution of a Black man. Because there are many more instances without a video or a witness, because there are many more victims who do not have to be perfect, unarmed, or without a criminal record for their life to matter. The Metropolitan Police Department and all forms of police and carceral systems are inherently racist and serve the function of protecting profits and racial capitalism over Black lives. The police do not keep us safe because the police are the violence. What we need is for you all, I'm looking at you, Medelson, Gray, McDuffie, everyone, to start defunding MPD by rejecting the proposed $18.5 million increase, to redirect this instead to community-led resources, including community intervention efforts, jobs, housing, and addressing food deserts, to remove the $23 million annual contract for police in DC schools and invest in the expansion of mental health programs and violence interrupters that do not include the police. To really address community issues, we need to dig into the root of the issue and figure out ways to not only stop the harm, but to try to prevent it from happening again. Decreasing over $800,000 from the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which funds violence interruption programs, and decreasing $4 million in local and federal grants from community-based programs that provide legal services for low-income folks, financial and health services to victims of crime, and justice programs tells me that you do not care about the safety of your constituents. Not adequately funding public housing in the midst of a global pandemic in a city with rampant homelessness and housing insecurity, where Black folks are being pushed out of their homes, tells me you do not care about the safety and lives of Black people. We are tired of your lip service. We need you to defund MPD now.
Thank you, Ms. Check. I believe Alexandra Kreger is on.
I'm not Miss. My pronouns are they, them.
My apologies. Alexandra Kreger. Betty Pear.
Betty Pear is here.
Excellent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am testifying today as the chair of the Public Policy Committee of the District of Columbia Association of Realtors. DCAR serves as the state-level association representing nearly 3,000 residential realtors and other housing professionals licensed in DC. I am also a Ward 1 resident with over 40 years of experience in the housing community, working with thousands of buyers, sellers, renters, and those in their quest to make the district their home. DCAR and its members are champions for homeowners, buyers, sellers, and those looking to place long-term roots in the district. We also serve countless renters and small housing providers and are advocates on behalf of all types of affordable housing opportunities across the district. We commend the mayor and the council for their collaboration and tremendous efforts to protect housing in the budget during what is now commonly referred to as unprecedented times. DCAR stands firmly behind the principles of fair and equal housing, and we see this reflected in the budget. We understand the difficulties you face balancing a budget that not only fosters new opportunities for home ownership, but provides necessary affordable housing and access to vital services for our most vulnerable residents. Overall, DCAR finds the budget strikes a balance in accounting for the needs of the district's housing community without compromising its fiscal security during a time of great uncertainty. Any additional measures should be taken with the greatest scrutiny, as we believe the next year will greatly alter the landscape of our budgetary needs. In conclusion, DCAR is ready to support our communities to promote a diverse and fair housing community. We thank you for the commitments you have made in the budget and ask to be included in upcoming conversations on how to sustain all the district's affordable housing needs. Our association members live in all 8 wards and are here to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pear. Andrew Washington.
Good afternoon, Council, Council Chair. Good afternoon, Councilmember Silverman and members of the Labor and Workforce Development. My name is Andrew Washington, and I am the Executive Director of the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, District Council 20, AFSCME. District Council 20 represents more district government employees than any other union across the city. I was one of 2 co-chief negotiators for Comp Units 1 and 2, current collective bargaining agreement, and intended to serve as the chair of the upcoming negotiations for a successor agreement. These employees are directly affected by the proposed budget and the accompanying legislation. I was also the chief negotiator for over 1,400 paraprofessionals and clerical employees of the District of Columbia who see their 2021 increase canceled in this budget. I wish to testify on behalf of my members in opposition of the mayor's proposal budget and the accompanying legislation, particularly subsection C, which is called freeze on pay increases and benefits. As an initial matter, I want to make clear that subsection C is misleadingly named. The law does not aim to freeze employees' negotiations increase for fiscal year 2021, but to cancel them entirely. There is no promise included in the legislation that will restore increases later, even if money becomes available. What the legislation would do is legislatively ensure that no district government employee could attempt to negotiate any type of increase for 3 years additionally, years beyond 2021. This legislative cancellation of collective bargaining has never happened in the District of Columbia during other years of financial hardship. All AFSCME DC locals will be affected by the cancellation of collective bargaining through fiscal year 24. But the cancellation for 21 increase is a separate matter. As for Comp Units 1 and 2, in good faith, I negotiated an agreement with the increases that the mayor now intends to cancel. It is a 4-year deal with negotiated increases of 3% in 18, 2% in 19, 3% in 20, and 3.5% in 21. Accordingly, it is the most generous increase that employees have been waiting for that the mayor seeks to eliminate. What these numbers do not show, but the contract says explicitly, is that these increases were a compromise settlement in exchange for the unions withdrawing their grievances, challenging the district's failure to apply the money previously negotiated and withheld for compensation and classification reform. For those years, the union contractually set aside money that did not go towards increases, but to fund compensation and classification reform. Initially, that did not happen. when the reform never came to pass, the district offered to pay a portion of their money back to employees in the form of these increases that the mayor now seeks to cancel. In that sense, this is a double violation of the union's bargain. As for other aspects,
Mr. Washington,
yes,
Mr.
sir.
Washington, you're about a minute and a half over your time.
Let me sum it up for you then, Chairman.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, the other union that we are negotiating that is BeFreeze is the clerical and paraprofessionals that won their money through a arbitration award. So in closing, just to kind of sum this up, is that I want to be explicitly clear about why this is the wrong message to send. We found ourselves in the current situation because of the pandemic, but let it not be missed that these employees that we're talking about is going to be affected by this, Chairman, is the individuals that serve this district during the pandemic, such as our sanitation workers and other employees that work during the pandemic that will be looking forward with this, through this increase. These individuals did not get hazard pay. They were first responders in that as it relates to this. So what I'm asking is that the council really look towards making sure that there's legislation to protect collective bargaining, and also legislation that ensures that if this goes through the way that it's been presented, that the union will have the ability to seek that money that is being frozen by the city council at a time that the district may receive any level of funding, whether or not it's federally or any money that comes from this through any type of taxes that they will recoup up in the prior years. So I thank you for your time and my testimony. And I just summed it up. My testimony is a little deeper than this, Chairman.
Thank you, Washington. And Lee Blackman.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Silverman. My name is Lee Blackman, and I'm here to testify today as a leader of the employees represented by the Compensation Unit 1 and 2 bargaining unit. Since these hearings began, you have heard testimony from public witnesses, some whom are district residents, various organizations, special interest groups, and my fellow labor colleagues, all of whom have shared their thoughts on how the council should vote and/or modify the mayor's proposed budget. I'm not here to question or object to any of the recommendations raised, but rather remind you that if not for the labor workforce of men and women who work for the district, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been a time of uncertainty, none of the current or future proposed programs that in the mayor's budget would be possible. The district's labor workforce is the cornerstone of the district, and without them, the district could not open up for business day in or out, nor would the district be able to fulfill any initiatives, again, included in the mayor's proposed budget. Now, although I'm here to testify on behalf of the employees represented by the largest bargaining unit in the city, Compensation Units 1 and 2, I speak for all of labor when I say the mayor's proposal to strip the labor workforce of our statutory right and entitlement to negotiate pay and benefits for the next 4 years is not the answer. We are sensitive and full aware of how COVID-19 has impacted not only the district, but the country as a whole. But by stripping labor of our rights to bargain, it only adds insult to injury. As we in labor continue to support the district day in and out, especially during the time of the pandemic, we now ask you as a council to support us, the labor workforce, whom are the face of the district. I'd also note that to an earlier question asked by Councilman Silverman, my specific group represents the employees at the Office of Unified Communication, and we did suffer a death, a loss of life to COVID-19. Despite that, those employees continue to show up day in and day out. And although the district early on, who could not provide the PPE for those employees, they still showed up, committed to their job, doing their work. So we now ask you to stand by us as we've stood by you and strike out or modify the mayor's proposal, and we say no and object to the freeze in pay and or freeze in our right to negotiate pay and benefits through 2024. I thank you for the opportunity to be heard today, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Blackman. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm not sure that I have questions. I'm going to make a couple of comments. I'll be looking, Commissioner Bowles, I'll be looking closely at the specifics of your request. I'm hopeful that some of the committees will identify dollars, particularly where it's relevant to the particular initiative or proposal or need. You know, listening to the labor leaders, this panel and earlier, I have to admit that perhaps the government could have done better in working with labor, talking with labor, sitting down at the table with labor before just popping the budget. I remember at the time that the mayor, when she introduced or presented the budget, had said that she had looked at several alternatives, whether it was to freeze pay increases, although workers are still eligible for their step increases, but whether to freeze or to look at furloughs. And I don't think furloughs are a desirable alternative for anybody. I did want to say one thing in response to what Mr. Washington said. There is in the Local Budget Act itself a provision that it's near the end of the act legislation that states that if the revenue estimates from September or December of this year exceed the revenue estimate on which the budget is based, then up to $53 million would be set aside in the Workforce Development Investment Account. And you might look at that language, because while it speaks to salaries being frozen, it may not be as airtight as you would like it to be. But so there is something in what the mayor proposed. It does speak to reversing the freeze. And I urge you to look at the language and get back to me. So if you have any comments on the language. Again, it's in the Local Budget Act itself. It's not in the Budget Support Act. And it's under the caption Revised Revenue Estimate. Councilmember Silverman, did you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first I want to thank all of the witnesses. I know it's been 4.5 hours already, but I did want to speak specifically to Ms. Blackman and Mr. Washington on this discussion about the pay freeze. First, Ms. Blackman, my condolences on the death of someone at OUC. It's very hard. As I mentioned, you probably heard my discussion with Mr. Bunn. You know, our city workers are public servants, and as I think you both said, I mean, certainly it was a time of confusion initially, but our workers came to work sometimes without the proper PPE and did their jobs to help the entire city. So my question, and the chairman just read what would be, what is language that would say that if we do see a revenue uptick, that those monies can be used to address the pay freeze. But let's say we don't see that uptick for a while. Do you have other thoughts on, I'll ask the same question I asked Mr. Bunn. Do you have thoughts on if we didn't do the pay freeze, where would that money come from? It's $53 million for FY21. Where would you take the money from to pay for the salary increases? Either Ms. Blackman or Mr. Washington.
So I'll start off and then defer to Andrew. As my colleague, Mr. Bunn, had stated, Unfortunately, we don't have, you know, the intel that the district has when it comes to reviewing the budget line by line. All we have is the general overview, and we were provided with the general PowerPoint from the city administrator's office on where the district stood. The thing about it is, even without knowing per detail where the money is, we acknowledge that there has been a financial impact. So we are aware, Councilman Mendelson, of the line item under the that the mayor did include. We understand that that language would have to be submitted with each budget not with each budget annually. In case that the monies were not found in this particular fiscal year, that language would have to be included again next year in order for us to recoup those losses of 3.5. So although there are concerns, and we understand that the district may not be able to pay out the 3.5% this come October, again, as myself and my colleagues have stated, this is not our first time, you know, being in a situation like this. We are capable of coming to the table and reaching a reasonable agreement with the city on how our members should receive those monies, whether it be intermittently, we don't know. But one thing we do know, the city taunted how after the government closings, we probably were the first municipality to bounce back and recover. We know the district will recover from this loss as well. The only thing that we're saying in a nutshell at the end of the day is give us our right to go to the table and decide that for ourselves. We don't need the mayor to legislate in that we don't have a right to sit down at the table. And I would also end and note that this is not just about pay. Our compensation agreement has different programs that are available to the workforce that we need to look at. Funding for different programs that may have already been allocated in the budget. But if we don't have the right to go to the table to discuss that, we'll never know. So again, at the end of the day, at the least, we would ask that the council work with labor, which we've already been working with your office, Councilman Simberman, and we really, really do appreciate you with coming up with language that we can live with, but ultimately allow us to go to the table come our next, for the next 4 years. Thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, well, I think, Lee, you kind of said it all, actually, with that. And Councilmember Silverman, thank you also for the work. I want to echo that, the work that we've been doing thus far to be able to do so. And we don't know. We know that we're in the midst of a pandemic. We know that the city was shorted by the Trump administration with COVID, and we know that it put the city in all types of financial woes to be able to do so. We understand that much. And we don't mind taking the helping the city in a time of financial need to do so. But there's the old saying that says that, you know, if you're not invited to the table, you need to assume you're on the menu. And we want to be invited to the table. And so we want to have the type of conversations to be able to find out exactly how do we proceed on with moving forward with this. And we wanted to just make sure, number one, that if the city, or when the city bounces back and recovers from this, that the mayor just lives up to the obligation of the collective bargaining agreement that was negotiated in good faith on both sides to be able to do so. And then it goes back to what Lee just said about taking away. I mean, if all you have is zeros, I would rather you come to the table while we're sitting at the table negotiating and say that we don't have the money through proposal to the union because of that. But to just legislative, where all of us have the right, everybody has certification that says that we have the right to negotiate wages, working conditions, and benefits for the unions that we represent. And there's laws even that exist that's legislated, that have been legislated by you all, that says that the city must sit down and negotiate in good faith with the unions. You just can't arbitrarily take that away from us. And I think that's what our major concern is as we move forward.
Okay, it looks like I'm over my time. Thank you both for the answers. To continue with your metaphor, Mr. Washington, maybe we need to put something in the BSA to allow you to bring your folding chair to the table. That's right. I'll bring it. So thank you both very much. Thank you to everybody who testified, and back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Not to one up you, Councilmember Silverman, but why a folding chair? Why not a regular chair? But what was the metaphor? It was if you're not at the table.
The metaphor, if if you're not invited to the table, you need to assume you're on the menu.
Yes, and I think Representative Chisholm said if you're not invited to the table, you should bring your folding chair.
Okay.
Just give me a chair. I'll sit on a box. As long as I'm at the table, I'm fine.
We'll get you a comfortable chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I meant to acknowledge this earlier. I appreciate all the testimony, and I think some of it is more difficult for individuals to present. Some folks have said over the last 2 days that they were nervous, and sometimes we don't appreciate that enough. And with this panel, and I believe he may have left, Mr. Ryan, who was the first witness, a very personal experience that he spoke of, and I just want to acknowledge that there are folks who are coming to these hearings speaking very personally, and that's important, and I acknowledge that. We have gone through all of the people who signed up to testify. Councilmember Silverman, you are not Shirley Chisholm, but thank you.
So if folks are getting a seat at the table and they don't get their equal portion, then they should flip the fucking table over, right? Because people be sitting at the table and then they don't get like an equal portion. So when that doesn't happen, then what? You flip the fucking table over. It's a stupid metaphor.
Okay, well, metaphors can be interesting. That's going to conclude this hearing. I want to thank each of you for your testimony, your patience to stick around to the end of the hearing. I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday at the close of yesterday's hearing. Testimony will still be accepted. Statements will still be accepted. The record closes June 26th, which is next Friday. So that would be the close of business on June 26th. As of yesterday, we already had over 600 pages online, which anybody can go view by going to, I believe it's chairmanmendelson.com / FY2021. Now, if anybody wants to submit testimony, it shows on the screen. And if you're not looking, if you're listening, email written testimony can be submitted to cow@dccouncil.us. COW stands for Committee of the Whole. Again, cow@dccouncil.us. There's also the ability to read your testimony over the telephone, and it will be transcribed. The number is 202-430-6948. Again, 202-430-6948. Call that number. When prompted, read your testimony, speak slowly and clearly. You may provide up to 3 minutes of testimony. Your testimony will be transcribed and made part of the record. So I want to thank everybody. I believe we've had about, give me just a second here. I believe we've had about 120 witnesses over the last 2 days. The time is 1:44 in the afternoon, and this hearing is adjourned.